Nice.
Hello? Hello everyone. Hello. Somniostatic and fake Alec Kyle Parker. Hello. How are you? Look at this. Asterix, the hero of this obliques. Asterix, inseparable friend. And the other Gauls. The Gaul. Asterix, the Gaul. You know? Konami, of all companies, Konami made such a masterpiece game. Nobody likes Konami now.
Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Asterix!
Asterix! I think there's something that I can...
Let's go!
Let's go! So how are you? How are you doing this fine day? This very important day. I've been doing so many things today. I'm gonna tell you all about it. All about today. All about the nice things of today. And even all about the bad things of today. All about the importance of today will be made clear to you.
They're crazy!
Ooh. Oh. They mentioned it was 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising on the NPR this morning. What is the NPR? What is the NPR? National Public Radio. Oh. Does anyone still listen to the radio? Do people listen to the radio still? Ah, I got to the goal. For the first time.
Let's go!
No, I'll see. Sacre bleu, c'est Astérix. It's true. But Asterix is not the main event of today. Alright. Today's main event is the uprising, which we'll be talking about in great detail today. DC face?
Let's go!
Okay, that's better. See? It is good that we are taking care of technical stuff before anything actually. Before talking about anything. Isn't that good? Sacre bleu. Or Sacre bleu, as I would say. Ah. Is it fixed? Ooh.
Let's go!
This is difficult. Yeah, sacre bleu. Alright. Uh-oh. You what? You what? What? Oh no. How did they run into the hole? Doesn't seem they should be able to. Alright. Okay, as always, we must wait for more people to arrive for us to be able to talk about the main thing. Game over. So, as always, before the main event, we wait for more people. Tell me how your day was.
Welcome to the world of the street.
For anyone that's here. Also, audio check. Am I audible? Let's do an audio check. I'm waiting for you. Audio check, everyone. I'm doing an audio check.
Prepare to strike. Now.
Sounds good. What about the avatar? Any erratic movement from the camera? Yes, on YouTube. Alright.
Into the heat.
Very good. Hello, Squid for Hire. We're gonna be discussing many interesting topics today. Believe it or not, many things were actually mentioned today. Things like of course, things like Ukraine. Things like even LGBT related topics were smuggled into the celebration. Everything was there today. We're gonna talk about it when we have a little bigger. Hello, Jacob. I have a weird feeling that more people are on in the chat, but the number of people visible in the counter is lower. So once we get some people in on the page as well as on YouTube, we're gonna be starting our discussion of today. The significance of today. Ibuki?
Are you ready?
Really?
Go.
Maybe. We're playing the naturally we're playing the best character. Literally the best character in the game. There we go. Not passing the Junin exam. Who knows? Kabuto seemed like a generic dude, and you know what turned out with Kabuto, so you should never judge people just if they seem average. Everybody said that Kabuto was the most average of ninja.
Well, I got the picture. Are you ready? Go.
Are you ready? I don't think I've played it. Never. the first Art of Fighting. I don't think I've... Newo Gewo. You know, speaking of handheld, I actually used to have that console. Neo Geo Pocket. You know, I had that console. Handheld console Neo Geo Pocket.
Are you ready? Go!
It was a pretty cool console, even if it was pretty... It was not a strong console. Let's go. By any means. Third strike.
You win.
It is third strike. That's right. Hello, Maya Major. We're almost ready to start. Almost ready.
Begin.
Oh, what's the challenge? What is the challenge? Is it not to burp the entire stream? I'm making no promises.
Yeah, I see.
I make no promise.
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
What is the challenge that you have for me today? Lucy not to giggle challenge. Hello, Chastradus. Let me take this closer. I have a Street Fighter 4 on my 3DS. There are still plenty of players ready to absolutely dump on me in the online play. Trust me, invest in a retro handheld. You'll have a ton of fighters in RPGs, usually some preloaded with loads of games, totally illegal, of course, of course. I'm preparing to get a handheld. True. But tell me what the challenge is. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Is fake Alec Kyle Parker writing up a super huge challenge right now? Is there a super huge challenge being written up right now?
Final round. Go!
On another stream, you have to do a segment on ContraPoint video, the watch trials of J.K. while playing the entire Contra trilogy. On the NES. No. Oh. Let me check something. Let me check something. I agree, of course. I agree. I agree 100%. You know, we might actually do it today. If we play our timing right, we might actually be able to do the challenge not next time but today. That is, of course, unless you're saying you cannot stay today and that you insist that I do it next time. But there is a high chance we might do it just today. Let me set it up. SNES. Let me see, browser. Browser. Okay, it's full screen now.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you. Thank you for investing in me. Thank you for having faith in me, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I wanna... Actually, you are investing right now in the new hardware that I have bought. I have bought a new piece of hardware. It is called a capture card. But let me see. Do you know what President Sunday has said? Makes me think that poor President Sunday is new to gaming. President Sunday must be new to gaming. It's the only explanation. Poor President Sunday wrote on his Discord that Drakengard has the worst controls he has seen in a video game. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. If you think that you know, okay, it works. Alright, you have made it work. Alright, we can do it now. Another game by Konami, by the way. I'm just gonna tell you this. I'm just gonna tell you that. I'm just gonna tell you that Drakengard definitely does not have the worst controls ever in a video game. I think there are worse games when it comes to controls than Drakengard. True. I'm pretty sure that games like Superman 64, Castlevania 64. I have not seen the video yet. I don't even remember what the Konami code is. I'm pretty sure that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the NES has worse controls than Drakengard. Socialix sounds like a person that's a salesperson for those handhelds, but I'm gonna say my best friend uses the, what's it called? You know, that console that Steam has. Steam Deck, yeah. My best friend is using a Steam Deck, and I can certainly see a. I can certainly see a. I like why handheld handheld playing is very cool, but oh yeah, I think the biggest test uh, for hardware when it comes to emulation is one particular console that has had a very troubled history of being emulated. And if Socialix can tell me what that console is, Socialix will win extra points from me. Yeah. Well, I'm sort of ignoring size for now. I'm just talking about handheld gaming in general. So, what do you think the console is like? It's like the test. It's like the test console for how well the piece of hardware can handle emulating. Do you know what it is? The famous console that is difficult to emulate. Do you know what it is? It is Sega Saturn, that's right. Because it had such a complicated architecture that even fairly strong PCs has had a problem emulating it smoothly. So yeah, it is the Sega Saturn. That's right. It was the famously infamous console that was built for 2D games, but had a 3D graphics chip, sort of Frankenstein on top of it. It was 32-bit, but it sort of didn't matter when it came to the difficulty of emulating it. It was not a super strong console per se, but it had a pretty convoluted architecture, which made it a big challenge to smoothly emulate. And it also made it a challenge for people to make games for it while we are at it. So does the thing that you have emulate Sega Saturn well? Can it handle Sega Saturn? I guess that's my biggest question. If it can handle Sega Saturn, then it passes my emulation test. If it cannot, then I need something that can handle Sega Saturn. That is my golden standard for emulation capability. I know that Steam Deck can handle Sega Saturn. Okay. I'm gonna let me. Oh. Oh my gosh. Is it the thing that actually looks like a Game Boy? Oh my gosh. It looks like a Game Boy, doesn't it? But what about the triggers? What do you do with the triggers? It depends. Well, I'm gonna need you for the research. You've done all the research. It looks pretty cool. Ooh. Wow. What would you say to someone that would tell you, but the handheld doesn't have 4K or ray tracing? What would you say to a person like that? But okay, let us get into the... I think we're ready. Are we ready? Do a hyper thing if you think that we're ready. Resident Evil 2 is a great game. We will play it later today. You know, do you know what I would say to the person that says but it doesn't have 4K? Do you know what I would say to them? I would probably tell them that it's pretty silly to expect 4K in a small handheld console, because at that size of the screen you probably won't even notice the 4K. That's one. Like, you won't, like, at this, for a super small screen, having this sort of super sharp resolution is just a waste, to be honest. That is my professional opinion. At that point, you just want to have the resolution for the sake of having it. If you wanted to have like on a Game Boy size screen, like, or the ridge racing thing, you know, the thing that shows you the super details in the water, etc., the super fidelity thing. Like, it's really silly when people say that handheld consoles are a waste of money because they are weak, because they don't have 4K. Why would you want 4K on a super small screen? The thing that you won't even see. Some people just want the thing that sounds like the strongest thing, the best thing, without actually thinking about what it means. Exactly, I need 4K cope. Like, so weird. Because actually, speaking of my best friend that has the Steam Deck, he actually showed our mutual friend in real life the Steam Deck, and the mutual friend was like, Steam Deck is a piece of crap. It doesn't even have 4K. and we're talking about Steam Deck that has a pretty big screen. And even for Steam Deck, our reaction was basically, why would you need 4K for a screen this small? It's basically just for bragging. But people don't really think about buying hardware for what you need and nothing else. And for emulation, this is like perfect, right? Those sort of small devices that where you can play from NES to consoles like Dreamcast, the Wii, and many other cool consoles on the go. And the quality of your screen will be perfect for those games. You know? The quality of your graphics will be perfect for those games. For the games on those consoles. That is reality. That is the truth. You'll be I think Socialix can speak to that. You'll be very pleased for the results. So yeah, that is very, very cool. I think I might be ordering one soon. Oh wait! That is a nice question, Socialix. Do the handhelds that you use have inputs that will allow me to use a capture card with it? Will I be able to play on the handheld and stream it for everyone? Will I be able to stream me playing on it for everyone using a capture card? I think this is a very, very important question that cannot be understated. I wonder if Steam Deck can handle GameCube or PS2. I have to check. I actually like it when my handheld has a pretty big screen. I have to think about everything. Steam Deck is pretty expensive. Right, I mean, does it have a part that will allow me to use a capture card with it? Because it doesn't matter if I can plug in the console directly to a thing. As long as I can use a capture card with it, I'm okay. You know? As long as I can use it with a capture card, I'm okay. Actually getting a capture card. And then we will be playing some games that are still exclusive to the consoles on stream. Like maybe we will play Bloodborne. We could play Bloodborne on stream. Isn't that pretty cool? Are you excited for Bloodborne? You excited for Lucy playing Bloodborne on stream? Aren't you excited for that? Wouldn't that be cool? Me playing Bloodborne. Here we go. All right. This is a thing that I have missed actually. It was a really big speech from Marian Turski. Today. Okay. Are you ready for the main event? Are you ready for the main event? The ghetto uprising. I think like I'm ready. I think like I'm ready to go and to tell you all about it. My gosh. Are we ready? Bonesaw is ready. Alright. We are ready. Okay. So, I'm going to refresh this page as it seems to be behind. And now, let me see. So we're gonna do a quick refresher. We're gonna do a quick refresher and a quick jab at the people that said that the Holocaust has actually started in 1942. So a quick refresher. In 1940, in the occupied Warsaw, a special section of the city was sort of isolated from the rest of Warsaw, the capital of Poland. That special zone in the city was called the Jewish Ghetto. The Jewish Ghetto was isolated from the rest of the city by a wall. And within those walls lived Jewish people who were then also forced to wear an armband with a star to sort of show that they were Jewish, in addition to being forced into the ghetto. There was actually an official reason why the Germans said that Jewish people needed to be crammed into the ghetto. The official reason was that the Jewish people spread disease and that the isolation's purpose was to save Polish people from catching the disease. It was to separate the healthy from the unhealthy in a quarantine of sorts. That was the official reason of trapping people within the walls. Within the walls, by the way, for which the Jewish community had to pay with its own money, and I'm pretty sure build as well. Right? It was not a big area. Let us look at it. The Jewish ghetto map. This was it. You can see it on here. This purple line would be basically representing the wall of the ghetto. You can see it has the Jewish cemetery here. The Jewish cemetery, which of course still stands, and one can go visit it in Warsaw. It's like a very historical cemetery. You must remember, because I think this is another thing that people do not take into perspective when discussing the Jewish life in Poland before World War II. Most estimations say that before World War II, 1/3 of the Polish capital of Warsaw was made up of Jewish people. And even more generous estimations say that up to half of the citizens of Warsaw before the war were Jewish people. So in a way, Warsaw was as much a city for Polish people as well as for the Jewish people. Yeah, it was very much a city of the Jewish people. And that is something that the president of Warsaw, which is basically the equivalent of mayor, has really stressed in his speech today. He said that the Jewish way of life, even though many Jewish people have died during World War II in the ghetto and in the death camps, the Jewish way of life lives inside of every single citizen of Warsaw, because elements of Yiddish, the Jewish language, have entered Polish language. Elements of Polish cuisine have entered, element of Jewish cuisine have entered Polish food. That when a Polish person is abroad and cannot find any Polish restaurant, the first equivalent that the Polish person will go to will be a Jewish restaurant, because the tastes are basically the same. You know? And there are, of course, many institutions in Warsaw that reflect the fact, like the Jewish cemetery, which is, as you can see, pretty big. The Jewish theater, which is a wonderful theater, by the way. Yeah, the president of Warsaw is a very progressive figure. And I have recorded because I went to the anniversary today, I have made a lot of video. I have made a lot of photos, and we will be working with those, and I will be uploading videos of those things very soon. And some new static will help, of course. All right, coming back to the topic, taking it back to the topic. As you can see, this was not a very big area. In that area, about 400,000 people were cramped. And at first thing that the Germans did was to take the things that the Jewish people owned. They took poor people from different parts of Europe and Poland and crammed them into this area. So they were people that have found themselves in the ghetto without anything: money, food, a place to live. And also, the Germans have limited the amount of money that Jewish people could have in their bank, the amount of people that the amount of money that the Jewish people could withdraw from the bank. There were very small numbers. And this basically choked out the businesses of the Jewish people. It destroyed people. Okay? And because there were so many people in such a small area, 400,000 people, because so many people found themselves without the means to live, especially the poorest people, I read estimations that about 100,000 people died within the 2 years of establishing the ghetto from starvation. That's right. That was part of the genocide. And it led to 100,000 people dying of starvation in the ghetto within the first 2 years. And since the ghetto was created in 1940, and within the first 2 years so many people have died, that is the estimate that I have read in a few places. And that is about the estimate I'm pretty sure I saw during today's exhibition. So it was basically before 1943. So that basically puts to bed the notion that the genocide started in 1943. Okay? There were a lot of other problems that the people of the ghetto faced in their everyday life. I will bring your attention to those two spots, Ogród Saski as well as Ogród Krasińskich. Those things mean the Krasiński garden, the Saski garden. Okay? There was a problem of education. Education was, of course, forbidden. Education had to be done illegally. Libraries were liquidated. Teaching was forbidden. But, just like in broader Warsaw, people thought about the future. People in people's minds, this nightmare would sooner or later end. And they thought to themselves, okay, let me see. We're gonna cut the cut the quiet part. Gonna cut the quiet part out. So it's okay. I wanna put the map a bit more here so you can see the two gardens. So people looked into the future and thought to themselves, if we don't do anything, we might have a whole generation of illiterate people. We might end up with a whole generation of illiterate people on our hands, and we do not want that. So the people of the ghetto organized illegal teachings. They, especially because they were people that lived in the ghetto before the ghetto was walled off. Those fortunate people continued to just live in their own apartments. Those were the lucky people. And they have shared their own libraries in order to, people shared their libraries in order to give access to books. People who were teachers shared their books with others in order to organize the teaching for the children. But there was a huge, huge problem. A problem that was very difficult to solve. It was almost impossible to solve. Behold, the city area surrounded by the ghetto wall was very small, very cramped, and it had little to no nature in it. And so there were little children who didn't know what a lake was. They didn't know what a garden was. They didn't know sometimes even what a flower was. And it was extremely hard to explain these concepts to the kids. There was a thing called nature deprivation at play, where the children never experienced basic things of nature, but there was a huge difficulty of explaining those things to them in a way that they could visualize it in their mind. That was a huge, huge problem. You know? There are even whole songs. Like, how do I explain to the 3-year-old what a flower is? How do I explain what many other nature related things are? And we enter now 1943. the year in which the liquidation of the ghetto was decided, and people started being rounded up into the so-called Umschlagplatz, from which people were taken to the death camps. We're gonna take a look at the Umschlagplatz. The Umschlagplatz. The place from which people were taken to the trains in order to be taken to the death camps. Right? And keep in mind, there were many people that were forcefully rounded up to the Umschlagplatz, but there were also situations in which people came to the Umschlagplatz in order to sign up for the so-called trip on their own volition, because people were so desperate, people were so hungry, and the Nazis were giving out scraps of food at the Umschlagplatz. So there were people that went to sign up for the trip in order to get that food to fight off the starvation. And of course, the trip was also framed as the Jewish people getting a job. And of course, I should have mentioned before that Jewish people within the ghetto were used as slave labor. And the so-called shops. And at first, of course, people did not really believe what was happening. They didn't realize the nature of the trips. And once people actually caught on to what was happening, about 50 or 60,000 people were left within the ghetto, and they have decided that they would fight rather than allow themselves to just be taken and killed. And so they decided to arm themselves and to launch an uprising. An uprising that was doomed to fail. But it was not about winning. It was about dying with dignity. It was about dying while fighting. And there were two aspects to this. There were actually many, many aspects to people defying their fate. There is a very powerful element to it, which teaches us about what we can do in face of hatred. For example, people in the ghetto organized and grew, or at least tried to grow, their own food in the ghetto. Even places like the Jewish cemetery were used to grow crops, grow food. People also build special bunkers that were usually under basements, because not everybody in the ghetto took part in the uprising as fighters. Whole families were hiding in the so-called bunkers built by very talented people that would plan out and build those bunkers. And of course, some people lived there for a long time without ever going outside in a dark, damped room dug up under a basement. There's one still living person from that time that have lived in a bunker for 9 months. And she tells in her testimony, do not expect me to give you any emotional recollections of what happened back then. I was very small. I was 9 years old. I was somewhat outside of all of those events. I didn't fully understand all of them. I didn't fully grasp all of them. I operated mostly on instinct. When things got extremely hot, I knew that I had to escape to where it was colder. When things got very cold, I knew I had to escape to where the warmth is. I do live in Warsaw, yes. And my great-grandfather was in fact shot in the ghetto. I know that my family from my grandfather, my family from my mother's side had a business that was somewhere. I have to locate the street. Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. Yes, I do live in Warsaw, and because I've also grown up in the area where the ghetto was. And many, well, maybe not that many, but there are still remains of the ghetto wall near the place where I grew up. Some buildings that were part of the ghetto. Those things were like part of my childhood. So unfortunately, as we know, the uprising was doomed to fail. And so it did. And the ghetto was burned. It was burned building by building. And the people hiding in the bunkers lived in constant fear of getting caught, in constant fear of being executed. And so it ended. So it all ended. Which was the topic of the exhibition All Around Us, a Sea of Fire, which I will share with every one of you very soon, especially since the exhibition was both in Polish as well as in English. So all of the powerful quotes, all of the powerful descriptions are available in English. I have photographed them and I will share them with you all. Okay? So here we are right now. We entered today's 80th anniversary of those historical events. And I think the most important thing that I will share with you today, because all the other speeches I will actually upload on the channel with subtitles if needed. I will check their audio and I will give a small commentary to those. But today, I think we will focus on the speech. I'm not sure. My great-grandfather died in the ghetto shot. My grandmother's brother, he survived the ghetto and died during the Warsaw uprising that took part 1 year later. Because 1 year later, in 1944, the Warsaw uprising happened, and many people that fought in the ghetto uprising went on to fight in the Warsaw uprising. My grandmother, of course, survived. And my great-grandmother, I'm not sure how. My information on them is very, very limited. The information on them is very limited. Okay. And apparently, from what my mom is saying, my grandfathers and grandmothers from my mom's side family was very secretive about those things. My grandfather and grandmother from my mom's side never spoke much about the war or what happened then. They were the sort of people that just always lived in the now. My grandmother died in the year 1977, from lung cancer. And that was when my mom was fairly young herself. She was like 20 at the time. So I never knew my grandmother from my mother's side. And my grandfather from my mom's side, who was a professor of law, he never actually did any sort of reminiscing of the past. I don't think I've ever heard him say the cliche phrase, in my time. His time was always now. He always lived in the now. He didn't really look to the past for some days of glory or something like that. His days of glory were always right now. When it comes to my grandfather, the only time when he sort of did some thinking about the past or telling me about the past is when he told me about the times from before the war. And it wasn't about the times themselves. It was more, he was telling me more about the little habits that he had with his father, how they used to go to a walk, and then they would take a boat ride through the Vistula River, and then they would go to dinner. And then he told me some prices of items before World War II, but that's basically it. They were very secretive about the events of the war itself. They were not open about it at all. Okay. So we go to the speech of Marian Turski, the very famous person. We have covered one of his speeches in the past. The speech was called The 11th Commandment, Do Not Be Indifferent. And today, once again, Marian Turski, the survivor of Auschwitz-Birkenau, took the stage and said, I feel duty-bound to reiterate this call. People, do not be indifferent to evil. And this is a broader message. This is a broader message of not being indifferent to evil, whether it be the evil of the anti-LGBT movements, the evils of Russia invading Ukraine, or the evils of how the state of Israel treats people in Palestine. Right? Do not be indifferent to evil. To those who spread hate, because Auschwitz survivor and historian Marian Turski said during the official commemorations on the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, we must stand against anti-Semitism, human rights violations, attacks on the neighboring countries, falsification of history, and lack of respect for the interest and will of minorities, Turski stressed. It's very important. The main part of the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising was held at noon in front of the monument to the ghetto heroes in Warsaw. The ceremony was commenced with the sound of sirens blaring across the city of Warsaw, followed shortly by the national anthem of Poland. This is Marian Turski. Leaders and ordinary citizens marked the heroism of those who took part in the largest Jewish uprising against Nazi Germany during World War II. Auschwitz survivor and historian Marian Turski was among the speakers during the ceremony. He reminded that he had been liberated from the death camp by the Soviet army consisting of mainly of Russian soldiers. My gratitude to them, to those who liberated me from German camps, will stay with me until the very last day of my life, he said. Should I be silent and indifferent? But should I be indifferent? Should I be silent when today Russian forces attack a neighboring country and take over its lands? Should I be silent when Russian missiles destroy Ukrainian infrastructure, homes, hospitals, culture heritage, and cause a rapid increase in death rate and lower life expectancy, 100,000s of civilians? Should I be silent when I see the fate of Bucha, knowing how the Germans had annihilated Polish Mnichów, Belarusian Katyń? Turski asked rhetorically. He also quoted works of Marek Edelman, one of the leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. The most important thing is life. And when there is life, the most important thing is freedom. And then we give our lives for freedom. And one doesn't know anymore what is most important. People, do not be indifferent to evil. 125 years ago, in response to the anti-Semitic Dreyfus affair, Emil Zola cried out, "Szykus, I accuse you." Marian Turski said, this cry by Emil Zola shook France and to some extent Europe. I am deeply convinced that today, here in Warsaw, we should repeat this call. I accuse you. We must stand against anti-Semitism, human rights violations, attacks on neighboring countries, falsifications of history, and lack of respect for the interest and will of minorities, he underscored. I feel duty-bound to reiterate this call. People, do not be indifferent to evil. Do not be indifferent to evil. People, stay alert. It is very easy to gain followers with hate, but will not bring about the downfall to me, you, them, our children and grandchildren. That is why I say to those who spread hate, I accuse you. The former Auschwitz prisoner stressed. And we can see it right now. You can see many examples of people that gain following through hate. You know what? I propose to you something. On the public, I propose you a little bit of a thing on social media. And you can share this proposition. You can share this idea with others. This little idea that I thought of. I accuse you. Whenever you see someone spreading hate, whenever you are bombarded with posts from people like Matt Walsh or any other person that gains a following through hate, or any other people that try to spread hate, indifference, like I've said, people like Matt Walsh, people like the pro-Russian shells that want to talk about Ukraine being conquered. Why not simply respond to them by saying, I accuse you? I think that is a thing that we could spread around. Whenever we see something like that happening, we can all collectively respond to them with these words. I accuse you. We can use the French quote followed by the English one. I accuse you. And I think that if we spread this far and wide, we could turn this into a broader sort of thing that we can do across the social media to combat hate. This simple message: I accuse you. What do you think? Can we do it? It might not be big at first. We could even turn it into a hashtag, potentially. I accuse you. The I accuse you hashtag. I think we should do it. Anytime a Ben Shapiro rears his ugly head, or a Matt Walsh or any other hateful person, respond to them with I accuse you. Yeah, and I think we should be telling people that. We don't need to argue with them. We don't need to really say anything. All we need is this phrase: I accuse you. That is all that we need. And we do know the history of it. We know what it signifies. We can do it. Thank you. And so, I think this is where we will leave it today, because I would like to continue more of the talking about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising in a more pre-prepared format with materials from the event and many more things. We're not done talking about the ghetto and the ghetto uprising. There's more to come, but I think for today we have laid the groundwork for more material about the subject. I think I have shared the most important speech of them all with you. The most important message. I will share. This is very important. So if you have enjoyed this particular segment, then you know what to do. Press like, subscribe, preferably ring the bell. Consider supporting this channel as I live and breathe by your support. And look forward to more segments this month, more videos about this subject. All right, how do we feel? How do we feel about this particular part? Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel. And welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can turn it into a powerful message. Because The accusation is more than just I accuse you of doing this thing. It is very pointedly, basically, I accuse you of evil. That is a good point. If you appreciate what I do on this channel, which is a thing that Somniostatic through the magic of editing can put in instead of the if you love. So yeah, we're going to do more stuff like that, you know? Also, by the way, it goes without saying that the hashtag I accuse you is what we should write whenever an injustice, a blatant injustice is being done against any members of any minority groups. All right. I do believe that we are able to now do, if you have the mental power, the emotional power to go with me on a journey to explore the ContraPoints video while we play the Contra game. Given my Native American ancestry, I know what it looks like when people and culture are driven to near annihilation. That's right. What happened to the Native American population was undeniably a genocide, and I think the hashtag I accuse you, I think what is nice about the idea of I accuse you is that it's not something that we should use for a specific thing. We use it not to be indifferent, to hate, to injustice. It is a phrase that can unite us all against evil of all sorts. Not about specific injustice against a specific group or a specific situation, but a rallying call against evil when we see it. Does that make sense? And I think we should start doing it. I, for one, will start doing it. You know? And I invite you to do the same, and I invite you to share this idea with as many people as possible. Let me see. Always we fight as one, till the battle's won. With evil on the run, we'll never come undone. Assembled we are strong, forever fight as one. Oh my God. I have not been, oh my God. I have not been recording. I have not been recording. Oh my god. I'm gonna shoot myself. I've not recorded this. I was so excited about starting talking about it that I have not thought of pressing record. You know? So yeah. Well, you know, we'll figure it out. I think the call for the I accuse you might even be a short. Oh my gosh, I'm so unhappy with myself. With the fact that I didn't record this. Okay. So I'm gonna put on the Contra video. Which apparently has this one a bit disappointing moment in it. The first, of course, we're playing it in order.
Sorry.
All right. We're ready. We're ready to Contra game. True. How loud should it be? Oh, wait. Let me... Okay, how loud should the game be? It's too loud. That's better. The rest is apparently not bad. We'll see. We will be discussing it as we see it. If I say anything silly, my excuse is that it's because I'm focusing on Contra, which is a high focus, high concentration game. Alright? If I say something problematic, it's because of Contra, not because of me. And by Contra, I mean the game. Of course. Video sounded too loud.
Sorry.
It's true. The video did sound a bit too loud.
I'm gonna talk about Joro once again. But first, story time.
Okay, we're doing sound testing before we start the Before we start the segment, we're gonna adjust some things. This is my main. J. Rowling words. True. Dare to be stupid. Alright. So,
I'm gonna talk about Joro.
how is the audio right now? Don't worry. I'm a kid at heart, so it's probably gonna be difficult for me now as well. Okay, so how's the audio? Give me some reactions.
I'm gonna talk about Joro.
Joro.
I'm gonna talk about
Audio test. Audio test. Audio test. That sounds good. Okay. It could be a little louder.
once again. But first, story time.
How is this audio? Who is this woman?
I'm gonna talk about Joro once again. But first, story time. Chapter 1. Anita.
Sarkeesian. Okay, it's good. That's true. Cat's out of the bag. Joe is the author of the Philosopher's Stone. Or the Magic Stone, or whatever. Okay. Gamergate. We begin. Maybe the game's a little bit too loud now. And I'm pretty sure it's Anita Sarkeesian, right? Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna talk about Joro once again. But first, story time.
Contra, we're playing
Anita.
Anita.
The most famous
I'm ready.
idiot in American LGBT history is a woman called Anita Bryant. This is her story. 1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay?
I don't know. Is it?
In 1969, the Stonewall riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first Pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder. But only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture! We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced!"
Oh,
Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it.
true.
Choice. On January 18th,
Okay, I'm gonna actually already insert myself here and say it's not just the only way to get anything done in this country. Well, I'm in Poland, so I guess I should be saying in that country. It's the only way to get anything done anywhere. That is the way women got voting rights. What do you think the suffragettes the so-called suffragettes did to fight for women's voting rights. They were even more than just annoying. They sort of disrupted events, destroyed pieces of art, or even threw themselves under carriages in order to get the point across that women deserve rights, right? Oh, then. Do you get me? And there were people that say that their actions were annoying, useless, that they did more harm than good, and women were among them. You know? Keep that in mind. Many women basically said that the suffragists were just trying to disrupt a very good working order. So that is a thing that you have to keep in mind, that sometimes sometimes it is just important to be annoying, and it's not a thing that is special about the US.
Florida, known for such popular cities as Miami, approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation.
Good.
And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma.
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida sunshine tree.
My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida any time of the day. Orange juice from Florida. It isn't just for breakfast anymore.
Orange
Oh my gosh.
with natural vitamin C.
That is so cringe.
Sunshine tree.
She was known for these TV
Cringe.
commercials with the tagline,
A day without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
Breakfast
Cringe.
is like a day without sunshine.
Cringe.
when Anita
Cringe.
heard her speak about this non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching. As a mother,
Practice.
who would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never
Such-
condoned nor taught my children discrimination.
Such religious language. Practice homosexuality. How do you practice homosexuality exactly? When a girl falls in love with a girl, is she practicing therefore homosexuality? What does it mean to practice homosexuality? Can anyone tell me? Practicing. If you don't practice it, you're gonna be out of shape. Damn.
Against anyone. But if this ordinance amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother to teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures.
Anita,
Translation. If this becomes law, you will be infringing on my rights to discriminate against others. And that is just unacceptable. Right? It's just unacceptable. Also, I don't think I have to point out that it's basically identical to what people say right now about trans people, right?
kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed, Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition.
Oh,
which sponsored
that sounds familiar.
employment implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious. With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets,
They.
parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict into a national controversy.
That sounds so familiar to me.
Gay rights activists who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
What?
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality.
What are the special privileges? And why are conservatives' arguments always the same? It never changes. Their playbook never changes. They never learn anything new. They never have anything new. They always say all the same crap.
They have equal rights the same as anyone else.
In other words, gay people
Oh my God.
just as long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay.
Poland is the US from the 70s. That is the thing that the Polish government says about gay people right now. They have all the rights like everybody else. Do you know what Polish politicians say 100% unironically? Do you know what Polish politicians say? They say, and I quote, "A gay man can marry a woman just like a straight man can," which means that gay people have the same rights as straight people. A lesbian woman can marry a man just as a straight woman can marry a man, which means everybody has the same rights. Yes, the Polish politicians actually spell it out by saying that that a gay person can be as straight as everybody else, which means they can do all the same things. So yeah. A ridiculous argument on its face, but it's being used very seriously. Well, that is so mean. That is so mean. Wait till I upload the speech of the Warsaw president, in which he smuggles the pro-LGBT sentiment. Okay.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay in secret.
Wow.
Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals to teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment.
Oh no.
It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are groomers.
True.
Confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This
Yep.
wicked book
Me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked...
History repeats.
Traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and in that book it talked about two moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it. People should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
They're just evil people, and they want to be
Right.
kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't know
Recruiting, the same language.
dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark.
What a great country we live in. I love it so much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant.
Although just for a little bit of context, from my perspective, the US is still light years ahead when it comes to LGBT rights, ahead of Poland. And Poland, trans rights are like a distant conversation for the future. In Poland, gay rights are not a thing. There is no gay marriage in Poland. Even the most progressive politician is not willing to even discuss gay adoption. That's not even on the agenda. Nobody will even discuss it. You know? So I'm just giving this additional info for some. Oh yeah. It is I am using it when measuring space. I am basically using it to measure space. Like when it comes to LGBT rights, Poland is here on this sort of space, and the US is much, much, much further ahead in this race to progressivism. I know my terms, okay? I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying.
And save our children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one now. Forgot my cocktail measure, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this.
I'm not much of a drinker.
Dash of apple juice. Give it a stir. Needs a garnish. Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure spite. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay-affirming Metropolitan Community Church, was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away. I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches in 1977 and 78, anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts, signs, and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day with
Oh my gosh.
is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile,
I mean,
Anita's campaign inspired
that is true.
gay legislation, including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the failed Briggs Initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers. So Anita Bryant was worse than a bigot. She was an influential bigot.
Right.
She may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil.
Devil may cry. Devil may cry.
So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser. She took a lot of L's. RIP. That must be super hard for her. For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she
There is, however, a small problem.
mainstream entertainment. And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life. God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm.
oh my god. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit for Anita. Pass a little
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed a banana cream pie in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014.
But keep in mind, history might be repeating itself, but there is one pretty significant difference so far between the past and the present. Do you know? I'm going to give you a few seconds to think about what the difference is between the events of the past and having that one enemy that sort of galvanizes the community together and now. Do you know what the difference is? I see at least one big difference between then and now. I'm gonna drink water as you give me your answers. Yeah, that is a difference, but there is also the unfortunate, and I think that is a big, I think the drinking looks great. So the difference is that this time around, the right wing is actually trying to divide the community, and sort of pit it against each other. The difference is organizations like the LGB Alliance that are supposed to be against trans people. The difference is trying to create this framing of trans women somehow being against cis lesbian women. That is a thing that sort of was not a thing then. You know? I don't think. At least it was not mentioned here. Because, yes, the elevation of the transitioners is one of the examples. Because, yes, we had the groomer narrative in the past. but we did not have as much of trying to fracture the community and frame different parts of the community as antithetical to one another. I think that is a new component of the whole thing. And in this case, it becomes much more difficult for a single evil figure to become the enemy of the whole community when, for example, the said figure says, "Oh no, I'm just against trans people. I actually think that lesbian women are great, and I actually want to protect them from the so-called trans women." Does that make sense? So while we can see a lot of parallels between the past and the present, there are also certain differences between then and now, I think. Pretty significant ones. Do you want me to take a look at it now? How long is the speech? How long is this? Okay, it's pretty quick. Okay, we're gonna look at it. We're gonna take a look.
Hello, James.
Wait, is this actually... Okay, I cannot watch this. Okay, I cannot watch this. I will have to, I don't know, watch it off. Oh my gosh. How do I look at the transcript? How do you check a transcript? Oh, there you go. Hello, James. Welcome. Do you like the island? My grandmother had an island. Nothing to bow stuff you could walk around in an hour, but still, it was pure paradise for us. One summer we went for a visit and discovered that place had been infested with rats. They'd come on a fishing boat and gorge themselves on coconut. This sounds like a Vosh analogy. An island, coconuts. So how do you get rats off an island? My grandmother showed me. We buried an oil drum and hinged the lid. Then we wired coconut to the lead as bait, and the rats would come for the coconut, and sometimes they would fall into the drum. And after a month, you've dropped all the rats. But what do you do then? Throw the drum into the ocean. Burn it. No, you just leave it and they begin to get hungry. And one by one, they start eating each other until there are only two left, the two survivors. And then, what do you think? And then what do you kill them? No. You take them and release them into the trees. But now they don't eat coconut anymore. Now they only eat rat. You have changed their nature. I see. I guess we have a new... Damn. I guess this is a hard counter to the Vosh coconut analogy. You know? If Vosh told me the coconut analogy, the person gets all the coconuts, and Vosh says that the person would say, suck me off to get coconuts. My response, I guess, would be, I guess I would throw you in a barrel and change your nature so that you eat human or rat or something. It's okay. We would make it work. All right. We're done with the coconuts. Now we continue with this.
In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
Oh, snap.
It's hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both.
Dogmatic about human rights.
To slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim?
True. Just like Matt Walsh.
Oh no! I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2.
Bon appetit.
The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence valid concerns? Mothers in the country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism?
Yeah, and cancel culture.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh.
But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument?
I mean, all I need to do is read the arguments that are being used right now. Okay? You know? About the woke mob.
Probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful, and it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife. She was too submissive, and it angered me. She let my dad step all over her. Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
Anita described her most intense adolescent memory as a feeling of intense ambition.
A relentless drive to succeed at
I
doing
see.
well the thing I loved.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
But Anita's ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims,
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it.
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne.
My God.
So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something
Yes.
she believed in?
Yes.
Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Her entire life
Recruited.
has become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers.
Oh
She'd
no.
been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade.
Oh no.
Lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically.
This sounds familiar as well.
Paid as dearly as Anita Bryant for taking a public stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my
Also, this is another difference between now and then. This is another difference between now and then. Now, bigots have their own funds. Now bigots have their own huge sort of organized funding, you know? Their daily wires and whatnot.
mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the free marketplace of ideas.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performers' public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H. They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan. They blamed her for hate crimes. They burned her in effigy. They disrupted events she was involved in. They printed toilet paper with her face on it. Some sent Anita death threats, or they mailed her rotten...
I mean, not to be that person, okay? Since ContraPoint said right now that gay activists in the 70s did not exactly fight by doing polite debates in the marketplace of ideas. But keep in mind, gay activists did not exactly win their freedom through eloquent essays either. You know? Like, gay activists in the 70s did not exactly win their freedom by doing a well-orchestrated essay sitting on a chair either. You know? So I'm not sure if that's the little jab that, you know. I don't think the little jab works as well as some might think. The Heritage Foundation funds Daily Wire and funded Anya back in the day. Yeah, but it feels like the scale is different nowadays. The scale sort of feels different nowadays. You know? The scale of those operations.
Oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is how you canceled people before phones. Instead of shit posting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can imagine?
Can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations and bomb threats from gay activists. And of course, there was the pie. So much for the tolerant Mattachine Society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights, but what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff wrote in his 1992 book, Free Speech for Me, But Not for Thee, that the orange juice reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. Have you ever considered that being pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, in that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpetbaggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers, religious and civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized, highly financed, and politically militant group of homosexual activists.
What?
We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators,
highly funded,
basic human rights. And all
oh my God.
Because we were sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that she
that sounds
of
familiar.
Christian mothers were cast as bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot?
That sounds so familiar.
Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal, and she never—
oh my gosh, that sounds extra familiar.
Wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth, because I know that there is hope for the homosexuals, that if they're willing to turn from sin the same as any individual, that...
oh, so it's basically the whole, I just want to tell trans people that they are deluded or something. True.
They can be ex-homosexuals the same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex-anybody.
She loves homosexuals.
Ex-husband.
They can change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFucking had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life. I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
What?
Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth, no matter what they think of my motives. I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Wow.
I see.
Empath. You know, I actually think it's really noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage.
True.
Marginalized group whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay. So we've given a fair hearing to both sides, to many sides. We've considered all the evidence. Now, let's suppose there's no longer a gun in my head and ask, did Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance, empathy, and impartiality and to twist them into fucked up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough, you can essentially explain away the entire concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized.
Hitler had a difficult childhood, you know.
And silencing them with such reputation slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media literate people, you understand framing. So you already know that I'm about to compare Anita Bryant to J.K. Rowling. In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school, but who now writes books about transvestite serial killers masturbating into stolen panties because she's lost her goddamn mind. Lo ho ho, dear readers. Christ, what a nightmare. Chapter 3, The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Alright kids.
That's a whole program, isn't it?
Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast about J.K. Rowling.
I remember that.
Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group from Topeka, Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates God and me both. I'm tired of you people. J.K. Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most famous homophobic hate groups in the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because the troops and the gays, essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which to this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say you think God loves your praying? He hates all you do cause you love fornicating. Fornicating.
It's perfect. I love it. Played at my funeral.
Stop praying, God will not hear you anymore. You taught the boys and the girls to be proud boys.
Proud boys?
Go devil's fun, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012 after a crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church.
I see.
She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leave a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I
cannot relate to that.
J.K. Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you might be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe.
Depending on...
Smart. Last month...
Well, that depends on who the mediator is, doesn't it?
Podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood, as well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a rotten hell Rowling sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This did not bode well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending legitimacy to some kind of unearned J.K. Rowling.
I remember that.
This caused Megan's mom, Shirley, to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God.
Oh my God.
One of the most vulnerable minorities. There's only one of him.
True.
Your help, Shirley.
I mean,
tweets that I felt
in Christianity, technically speaking, there's one, but there's also three. Three that are one, and one that is three. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, or something like that. So, you know.
Which, that is how I felt, but ultimately, I need to take
just one, but not really.
For my involvement in this. The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is gonna be like. So the decision to participate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There are red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting my own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story. I liked the idea that this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous current bigot. We all love a good redemption arc, and I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in people, and to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was that because Megan left Westboro, that must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry, right? And despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as the trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Joro about all the transphobic stuff she says, right?
Wrong.
Wrong.
There you go.
Megan Phelps-Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast
I'm not surprised at all.
is a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, all because she, as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down, women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict as feminists versus trans rights activists,
True.
whom Rowling describes as
a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
For the first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
That's me. That is me. To be fair.
A huge amount
But I violent.
to choke on my fat trans dick.
And you did it at
What?
birthday dinner.
There's this one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
I do this non-stop.
Nobody knows who you are.
I do this non-stop. It's honestly frustrating how in the 21st century there's still over 1 billion people who base their lives around fairy tales. Video games are violent, true. I'm violent and I scream a lot. This is what you come here for. Hear me scream. You know? This is why you come to the you know? Let me just wait one moment.
Cares and you will die alone.
And then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind of medieval lament.
You will die alone and you will burn in hell.
Just in case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt.
Contra is bullshit. There you go. I said it, so now I can be clipped and shipped.
Do you guys get it? Do you get it yet?
I get it. I get it.
Mobs of irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story of how J.K. Rowling escaped her abusive husband to publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed to those parts that I'd plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them and there was a power to them.
The only voices of genuine trans dissent appear in episode 6 out of 7, more than 5 hours in. And there's only 2 of us. One is me,
Oh.
Shame, and the other is a teenager named Noah who kind of just seems like he wants to be liked and understood and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan.
Oh, no.
Especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my 3rd grade classroom and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to. On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if he had any thoughts about the podcast he wanted me to pass along, and this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate. Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to survive. How we treat or talk to people like J.K. Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it is. They spend 7 hours implying that J.K. Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I mean, she's basically witch.
But if you point this out...
It sounds so religious, the music.
Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt.
Oh my gosh.
What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
Joanne, show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that?
True.
Crazy. By the way,
Crazy.
get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. And Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be
Were they trans people?
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe
trans?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Maybe they were trans.
Explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about
Did people ask for Harry Potter to be banned?
Megan said,
I don't remember that.
Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with J.K. Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares. Megan, I was not surprised.
True.
I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue. Ever.
Oh, wow.
New episodes weekly, and whenever
How surprising.
challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet.
True.
Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of other perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week."
I mean, there's a difference between people saying Harry Potter should be banned and people openly advocating for Harry Potter should be banned. I don't think I've ever seen people openly advocating for Harry Potter to be banned. I've seen people advocating openly for people not to read Harry Potter or buy Harry Potter anymore. But telling people not to consume something is totally different from demanding that a thing be banned, right? I don't know. I think it's different. One moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet because my bladder is full already. In the meantime, consider sharing this stream with others and, maybe even throwing a dono my way or all the things, okay? Consider everything. Consider doing it all. I'll be right back. I'm back. Before we continue, I'm gonna take in a candy, a special candy that allows my throat not to die. The candy has honey in it, by the way. It's a special health candy. It's true. All right. We've done it. Now we continue to see why J.K. Rowling is persecuted by me as I scream at her for her sin of being a cis woman. It's called Manu Silver. Throat X Manu Silver. It has silver in it, and it also has honey in it. All right. We can continue now. I've actually heard that from a witch hunt of J.K. Rowling, this is gonna very quickly turn into a witch hunt of Vosh. Bam! Got him! Yeah. Silver the element. Srebro colloidalne. I'm gonna look it up. You're making me do like a stun lock. I'm gonna go to the... There is no English. But yes, it's antibacterial and stuff. Okay, we continue. The antibacterial silver we're done with. Now we go back to ContraPoints. Unfairly attacking J.K. Rowling for the sin of being a cis woman.
More bombshell revelations to come. Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, and I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray J.K. Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last.
True.
And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that note? Why
Yes.
would anything about this podcast
Yes.
be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that J.K. Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reason
True.
to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that J.K. Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, I just believe in conversation. I don't know. I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments,
True.
you're in luck, because there is more where that came from.
Oh.
This video is sponsored by Cannabox. Cannabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children. Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant Family Cookbook.
Oh.
Best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night?
Okay, I expect a link, and I expect to be able to order it. Otherwise, I'm gonna complain in the comments.
Know who you're eating, so it's totally guilt-free and ethically sourced. Maybe. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Joe Rose Transphobia. That's it! I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Joe Rowe compares trans activists to Death Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry Potter.
My position is
What?
This activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in secret, and now is our time. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
When an article then claimed she had equated trans people to Death Eaters, the podcast's PR firm reached out demanding a correction because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves.
True.
I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter arrive by owl. J.K. Rowling's bigotry is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless series of what are called Mott and Bailey arguments. A Mott and Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a mound or hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced courtyard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Mott and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the bailey. And then, when confronted with counter-arguments, they walk it back to a much less controversial and easy-to-defend version of the claim, the motte. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like sex is real. What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that she thinks it's very sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman, journalists should simply say a trans woman is a woman.
That, from the Associated Press, is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman.
I see. That's not what that means, by the way, identifying as a woman. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the Russian pranksters thing. I do remember that.
And I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman. And that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about.
The creep, the power creep.
We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is of course false, because the words trans and cis exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies that transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must be referred to as women. Or was it wumbin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and transmasculine people, they're all women and must be referred to as women because J.K. Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Mott and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real. Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The motte. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. J.K. Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender critical belief.
Gender critical belief, which is the absolute ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she was saying, then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is the Mott. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understandably get mad, they'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We could name this behavior the birthday boy argument.
The what?
5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met until they'd pull their fist back to beat him up, whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on, I'm a little guy, I'm just a little guy, no, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy.
Oh my gosh.
So a birthday boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by, teacher, look what he's doing to me, when the target reacts with anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's transphobic.
Oh no.
Here's someone on Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate
True.
oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's definition of a woman.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brood mother. That Rowling's words regularly appear in gender-critical arguments shows the massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement.
Right.
She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress.
It's also a ridiculous argument because it excludes a lot of cis women, but, you know, terrorists don't care.
The best thing that ever happened to them. Because
They don't care.
Certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large Gamete Producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one direct quote that she has said which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Shocked.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at Large Gamete Producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary.
Oh.
Like if this person doesn't think that trans women are men, trans men are women, is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic? Because many of them don't believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes
They already do use that word.
Following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia, rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
Right.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say, I hate black people, but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What J.K. Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984.
Wow.
She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrine...
The better writer, by the way.
Supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, "I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias." If you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way more liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda. She refers to trans women as trans-identified males, known as Tims, among people for whom this has become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the progress flag, also the colors representing queer people of color, so, you know, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's fixation for her. I find this particularly gross because it plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially anti-trans, when in fact, they're the least transphobic demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person and also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people.
Right.
So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Joe Roe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys J.K. Rowling defending her.
But it doesn't really matter.
And she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes."
It doesn't really matter. What matters is creating a narrative in which lesbians are afraid of trans women. That is what matters.
By the way, here is J.K. Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls.
I say.
One of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is J.K. Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. "Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women." And
I
before
see.
you say, "But aren't they straight men? They're wearing eyeliner, bigot." Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about J.K. Rowling, right? Whether it's fair to cancel her. That's what the witch trials of J.K. Rowling is about. The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal, humane society? Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn and condemnation? And there's an even broader question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation. Is canceling ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5, Debate. Sar, I did this look before, and it's like not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's...
I mean, again, you could make the same argument about the video essay, right? Like, we should just calmly sit down in front of a camera and talk about it nicely and politely, point out how it's all wrong, and surely that will fix the problem. I mean, do you see what I mean? Is there gonna be a chapter 6, the video essay, or not?
Point seems to be that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy if we want to find a way to change their minds.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune as Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan, because she claims that a decade ago, when she went on Twitter to tweet about how marriage is abominable to God, it was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to change people's minds, then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point, but what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't shun or exclude anyone.
We should.
That's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right? De-radicalization was a really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book address her family. I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to find a way. This is touching and human and also kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots is more important than protecting the people they target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress, which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still homophobic. But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s. Because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her, and that's what they did. We have to accept that realistically, persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people as possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church? Nar. You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head, you might feel afraid to express them publicly.
Actually, I don't agree that it has to do with moral relativity.
For fear of being shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No, it's because racism is dangerous and shameful, and you should be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. And sure, there are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization is a valid strategy, but it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling Black people to be a little nicer to racists. Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew Tate to respect women. In general, I think that the massive effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Saitanovic became the face of the fascist Unite the Right.
But when does debate enter into this? Isn't the whole point of debates to make people not want to listen to the opponent in the debate?
In 2017, when a photo of him mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country. Peter was unrepentant in interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused. Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's flushed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with the London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
"I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman."
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do. When I did de-radicalization work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people of color who were not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of semi-reformed racists over to the left, a frustration that I totally understand. To paraphrase YouTuber Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps-Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who used to be religious fundamentalists. They were so certain they were right, only to realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong. So they become distrustful of any strong moral convictions because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights? Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how there are too many podcasts?
What?
I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of podcasts until we can figure out what's going on. Sam Harris, in his podcast, Megan's podcast, complained that trans activism and activism in general is plagued by mental illness and hysteria.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of...
Oh my God, Sam Harris is back.
And even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in really in all activist communities.
I
the
see.
level of vicious
Sam Harris.
hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
You should.
Man accuses trans women of...
You could say that about the suffragettes, by the way. The same quote from Sam Harris.
hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted? It reminds me of this awful episode of Joe Rogan feat Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual whining sophistry, and Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any
misuse of the sex drive,
masturbation to homosexual activity.
Also ban a religious Jewish person, ignoring that in Judaism you have like 8 genders, but whatever, right?
Is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity.
All of the top comments on this video are like this.
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when
LOL.
you demonize people.
LOL.
Was excellent. 2 guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should be done. Kudos to both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be. Just 2 people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Joe Rogan beautifully asks the tough questions, and Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's 2 so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And like, yeah, it's...
By the way, these are also, do you recall the 1965 debate that we've checked out recently? The one that I've covered? The arguments on that debate are the exact same in the comments. Oh, they are both such great intellectuals. They are both so calm and polite. People don't really want to... People just want politeness for some reason. Ridiculous. You know?
Easy for 2 straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation about the ethics of homosexuality.
Yeah, the James Baldwin debate had the exact same comments on YouTube, that they're both so great. They were both so civil.
Because it's not their lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people who are asked to defend their rights. Like, if you're straight, do you want to publicly debate whether your marriage is valid? Andrew Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in
True.
Ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not...
Nope. 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 That is incorrect. I will give you the easiest example with which even Ben Shapiro would agree. Let's hear this again, okay? And I will give you an example that even Ben Shapiro would agree.
...beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke is my child.
And the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
So, is Ben Shapiro suggesting that it's okay for a parent to raise their child in the spirit of anti-Semitism? And if confronted about it, should the parent meet the person with a gun at the door? Is it crazy to confront the parent about it? Because, as Ben put it,
Worked is not child with the more
hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child.
Moral precept that the person finds to be beneficial for the child. Why? What if a parent's precept is anti-Semitism? What then? What then, Ben? What happens then? Are you gonna nod and say that's okay?
Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Wow. Ben Shapiro threatening violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country utterly. Two is to pick up a gun. Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin is a gay conservative whose career requires that he convince his right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This
Just like Blair White.
sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then congratulate themselves about how they can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this? That's what I'm...
Because the conservative grift is more important to you than principles or friendship. There you go. I have answered the question for you. I've done it. Have I done it? Ben believes parents should be allowed to take their parents. Ben believes that parents should be allowed to take their children out of a Holocaust history lesson. Wait, did he actually say that? Did Ben Shapiro actually say that?
We go home at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. And that's what I believe, but I also am... I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all. I believe
I have to get past this boss.
they've never found it. That makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family.
Me still addressing the elder point. I think instead of those POC complaining to ContraPoints that some former right-wing people are still racist, we should work on making them unracist. The detransition will not be instantly perfect. I think we should look at newly the radicalized people as audience for potential radicalization into progressivism, which includes anti-racism. Did you see the viral video of someone who worked for him talking about teaching children about consent with Ben or Joe Rogan? It's the logical endpoint of the ideology, right? Yeah. I mean, it is. But I was wondering if he actually said it.
So does craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and nods, probably because he's thinking about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually, I just take out a picture of me and DeSantis, and then we're good, because they get it, that's my governor, yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin and they see, finally, a reasonable gay person who doesn't scream, bigot, at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see...
I saw that video, yeah, I saw that video. Ridiculous. Ridiculous video. But I'm your dad. I had a whole conversation on Twitter about it. It's basically the whole thing about conservatives thinking that children are their property.
A spineless, bootlicking
Which they do.
who won't even defend his own family from the most fundamental disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these civil conversations seem to change anyone's mind. Persuasion is more complicated and less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true. The major precipitating event for Megan's crisis of faith was her mother's mistreatment at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church for once. She says of the church discipline, "For the first time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately, and I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men." So she finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party only when the leopards ate her face.
True.
It seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Megan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started #SaveMegan because, quote, she's hot. There's also a neurotic component to persuasion, and that certainly seems to be the case with Megan, because one of the people who helped de-radicalize her is now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion in de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more akin to religious conversion than it is to logical reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So who is this conversation even for? Well, obviously it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay. Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that is socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of establishing that their prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion. Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that a drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now,
oh my God.
We need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare.
Life is a joke that's just begun. Three little maids from school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love. As I am woman, now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their ball clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you really in the art of humiliating people.
Certain things should just not be up to debate, right?
Which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the witch trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? Or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
To again quote Ian Danby,
I see.
You can't really reason with someone who thinks that feminism is cancer, because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan, no debate, in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That
Do we?
Really?
Do we?
I can't think of a purer instance of authority.
Also, if anything, it's not that there should be no debate. Certain topics are not up for debate. And even J.K. Rowling thinks that. You know?
Arianism, then no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are the purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that one day I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately debatable by people who are not bigots. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues.
Oh no.
It's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking
Okay, that's fair.
figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through male puberty may still retain—
I don't know why lay people should be debating these things. There is no reason for lay people to be debating these things.
some kind of group advantage. But not all trans women have experienced male puberty. People are transitioning younger now, and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue, I just want people to approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. How ridiculous. That will take place on day one.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6. Illiberal methods.
Illiberal
One of
methods.
J.K. Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
So what are these illiberal methods?
I want to listen.
You are saying this person is cancelled. That is the language of a dictator.
Oh, is that so?
Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили и детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она, автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans
Yeah, certain debates should be left to specialists, not people that have no clue what they're talking about.
movement is dangerous and authoritarian, and some
Contra is bullshit once again.
makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more canceled than J.K. Rowling ever will be. Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings? Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition. Haven't you heard of the Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters. This understandably pissed off a bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy, like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house.
Or, you know, the suffragettes. Something that all feminists should be familiar with? No? Hello? No one's familiar?
That she resigned. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far and I am now pro-cancel culture. So just as the meeting was beginning, a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug on the mic, and charged down the aisles laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the NOW organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like men." Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings, as J.K. Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging windows, very threatening.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanaugh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one." Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement. And also, quote, "I will fucking nail you to a wall.
What?
You have done to these innocent children. Your mutilation
What?
of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls. Wait till I deal with you, bastard, and I mean to."
Oh my gosh.
It's time to log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so, because she's not condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back. And she continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh, drama alert, who is not trans, tweeted at JK Rowling, "Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge." I called him out, tweeting, "Doing edgy ironic misogyny."
Oh no. This is the Vosh part. You're reviving old dramas. I have no idea why. Because this doesn't really fit the rest of the video, to be honest. I have no clue why I include this. No clue.
While defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans act.
Also, magnified the grain of truth. There's no grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. Oh my gosh.
Activism. I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to JK Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally.
This is a lot of words to say. Okay, you know what?
Didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to JK Rowling.
I'm gonna be honest. This is a lot of words to say, and Vosh dared not to agree. You know? Like literally.
And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on that.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into... I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people. And
so, are we having a clipped and shipped moment? I know the context of this. Like, he was saying, wait, this person made you relapse into, and then said, no, I don't want to bring this up as an argument. So this is pretty bad. This is, I would call it dishonest clipping, to be honest. Just weird. I don't know. I don't like this fragment.
just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is, I have no qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line, or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have—
What the? Wait. Why such aggression? What? Where did that sudden aggression come from? Why is Contra much more aggressive when talking about Vosh than when talking about J.K. Rowling? What's happening here? Has Vosh been the final boss all along? What's going on? Like, this whole video has been calm and nice. Oh, Joanne this. Joanne is not nice, Joanne. And then when it comes to Vosh, that idiot. Brain dead idiot. What's happening here?
The bigotry and abuse
Damn.
that is absolutely rampant in the gender critical movement. There's a great video called J.K. Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of J.K. Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like Kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in saw-like torture machines and contraptions?
Now, I don't think anyone should joke about putting people in saw traps, but also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical...
Wait.
Do you think that...
How serious was Vosh's tweet about the whole challenge thing? What the hell?
Saw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account and is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The podcast cites 0 examples of death threats and abusiveness from anti-trans bigots. And it's not exactly like you have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who J.K. Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of J.K. Rowling. First I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse. Fuck trans activism, fuck gender ideology, and fuck you. Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Both Rowling and Megan seem happy to cherry-pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters,
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
as evidence that the trans movement is dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally every liberation movement in world history. For example, let's consider Reclaim the Night, the protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got J.K. Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement. We left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear that my friend's brother was running the risk of personal mutilation if he remained with us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free castration on demand." So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women...
I noticed you're not calling them...
Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant
I've noticed you haven't called them idiots.
extremists? Is it fair, say, to pretend that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society for Cutting Up Men manifesto, is representative of feminism as a whole? Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair, is it? So why does J.K. Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And I made excuses for you then.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Megan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Also, while we're at it, because I'm gonna return slightly to that whole Vosh thing. ContraPoints was trying to make an argument, see, I can criticize someone who's also on my side, but it's not really an achievement to criticize a person who basically every other video essayists also criticizes, you know?
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear
So strange.
people say, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate.
Yeah.
I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically.
What? Of course it can. What do you mean? Not all consensus has to evolve organically. That's stupid. That's very stupid. Do you think that a consensus that you should brush your teeth should come out organically, or is it okay to impose it? Is it okay to impose? Is it okay to impose the oh my god, is it okay to impose the norm that you should not stick a fork into an electric socket? Does it have to evolve organically?
Shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus.
So
We do, yeah.
The reason trans people are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Like, does she think that women's suffrage just evolved?
True.
Did suffragettes
True.
have calm, civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting until all the misogynists were rationally persuaded? No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote, sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this.
Not sometimes. Most of the time it was violently.
Maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston.
They killed themselves. They destroyed works of art.
Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend.
Oh, that's okay. I see that ContraPoints has made a 180 here. I can see that certain ideological bends shine through. No, that's actually not true. That is actually the opposite. Like, it is really strange to me for ContraPoints to say all these methods that the suffragettes used. I'm not saying they're good or effective. They're not effective. Yes, they are. Women for hundreds of years tried to calmly write and tried to persuade to be given rights. And only actually the violent destroying of art, taking over buildings, and killing themselves and doing other things, that worked. So you cannot really say it's not effective. The biggest point of the History of Women book that I've read was that, yeah, people were turned off to the movement. People were turned off by what the suffragettes did. That's correct. That part is correct. Many people were doing what people now do when they find the movement too extreme, but it was effective. The big point was that it worked, that it was the only way to actually shift things when it came to women's rights. So it's ridiculous to say that it's not effective. That the methods of the suffragettes was not effective because it turned people away. Yes, it was. The suffragettes actually won the freedom of women, the rights to vote. Like, they weren't violent sometimes. They were violent most of the time. Like, come on.
Past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus.
Like, that is not true that the suffragettes' methods were ineffective. The opposite is true, actually.
And there probably never will be. In fact, marginalized groups wouldn't need rights if there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole reason to have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States? Well, between 1861 and 1865, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate. See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high caliber idea that I picked off.
Yeah, so are you gonna say that because it was violent that the method was not effective? Yeah, but the economic damage was caused by the violence. Like taking over the buildings, destroying the works of art. Radical action.
The polite discussion field of Manassas. Do you people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress—
You sanitize it. You sanitize it by saying that the suffragettes' methods were not effective. What's happening?
that consensus evolved organically. When it
You cannot hold these two positions at once.
didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement, and it must be challenged.
Why is J.K. Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is J.K. Rowling like this? J.K. Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whomst I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply, I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics, seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender-critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain metaphysical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
and conservative politics promises women meaning.
The right offers women a simple, fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
Chaos Dragon?
Offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender-critical movement. Adult human female. It's on billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition, it's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable. There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Just biologically, that God made mothers so that we can reproduce. Homosexuals cannot reproduce biologically.
Erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers. Having children is the one social contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock of women's social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender-critical movement. J.K. Rowling's definition of woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The producer of the large gametes.
The producer.
Rowling says her primary concern about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility, attempts to socially legitimize or protect it, makes women expendable. The one thing women can do and be valued for will no longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it suggests a world without women altogether, a world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender-critical rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people, confused girls being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
What?
Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF to defend, went on a full-blown Twitter rampage because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Book Start Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in, from the Book Start Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala. Are you enraged?
True, of course.
Not,
Always.
You haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet. Maya tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia.
What is mom's?
Tala, referring to
Talia Al Ghul.
Trans bear with they/them pronouns, describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. I cannot express how upset I feel. The library jumped in to clarify that Tala, not Talia, isn't trans. They are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama? Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting gender stereotypes. But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien that had evolved with such recognizable body plan is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold. I need to know how the alien fucks right now. I said I need to know how the alien fucks before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe, Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood. You are in charge of a baby. You have never done this before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years.
It depends on the baby. Some babies sleep quietly.
And you've become invisible. You had politics. You had a career. You had interests.
Some babies do sleep quietly.
Now you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is
Also, fathers can take care of young children as well.
This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is
Just
what
gonna
the hub of the resistance
point it out.
is on Mum's Net. So I am fascinated by this thread. I think it's one of the most revealing texts in gender critical history because you know what? Maya Forstater actually does have valid concerns. But the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans people. And they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien.
True.
Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband?
True.
Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No
True.
one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern.
True.
Oh my God, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits. By providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of neutrality. Mum's Net is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much, these people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them. Boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive.
Just to be clear, I admire what the suffragists did. I wanted to make clear that if anyone ever tries to replicate what they did, the main reason it worked was because it had an economic impact. Well, there were actually several reasons, but yeah.
In a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate be directed at the men.
One of the biggest reasons was destabilization of
take the rage and
everything.
contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
And this displacement of rage is just transparently what's going on with J.K. Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues, Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she says, is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur, but if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s,
oh my God,
conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dworkin attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists. certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, a lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of how precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now it's true that trans-exclusionary radical feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979 that transsexualism should be morally mandated out of existence. But the gender-critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement because it has the structure of a right-wing movement, taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outsider. The momentum behind this is just too ripe an opportunity for conservatives to pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters.
Oh no.
Women require symbols of danger that justify their fear. Provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a mixture of culture wars and trans debate.
And in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children, pushing sex talk, transgender extremism, and noxious politics.
Why the funny music?
We should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke every Biden policy.
Oh my gosh.
Chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth.
The word is mutilation, not mutilization.
Is to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender...
Cruel policies.
Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
A few
at any age.
Still want to insist they have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life, is the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender-critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist.
I have no...
Posey Parker, aka Kelly J. Keane Minshall, rejects feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
Oh my God.
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists, I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism.
I'm not a feminist! I'm not a feminist!
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently funded by the right-wing CPAC.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right white nationalists.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you what she's been saying. She's a Republican, but I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children?
Not to get pregnant, true.
Sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion. I think that we really need to rethink all of this.
Children should not have abortion.
Take back control of their children.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts. It's for fools and perverts.
She's denied that transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender.
Oh my gosh.
They are not transgender. There is no such thing.
No, okay. No such thing.
A man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross-paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever stop at one.
She's said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
Oh my God.
Armed men to enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about
oh my God,
who maybe carry. I think that's what you
carry.
I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife.
This is so wild.
Sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human, and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
And she's said that women who call themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with J.K. Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker. Little things like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds, but they aren't. Because promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them.
Oh no!
In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart J.K. Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has tweeted in defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender-critical movement, started by lesbian separatists in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of Pound Shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
Yes. In the meantime, while we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition.
Jesus.
And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged.
happened?
But the second one is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like if you've got people, that, whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So in other words, in a sane world, we should not be taking care of the disabled. Just saying.
Wrap this up. Is the backlash against J.K. Rowling a witch hunt?
No.
Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this.
But
the movement can't get along without a devil.
But it did turn a bit into a witch kind of wash for some reason.
And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil, whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be...
Well, no, not really. Like, this is also not entirely correct, because as big as J.K. Rowling is in the bigot transphobe movement, you actually have the big devil called Matt Walsh, and you cannot ignore it. And Matt Walsh is a man. So turning it, like, this is turning really very weird at the end, very fast. You know?
Misogynistic. So, I would advise trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans...
Wait, so...
that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
I call on men to consider them...
What about right-wing women?
...to call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
And Megan Phelps Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about J.K. Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her profile, and just block her. Problem solved. Like,
true.
That doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit.
Oh yeah, blocking the billionaire surely will stop her from funding anti-trans organizations. Just block her, okay. Alright, sure. What the hell?
Alter scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force in the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head-on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify...
JK, the poor, useful millionaire idiot.
They took everything from me, you know. They took my family, you know. And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, you know? I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is...
that things will just resolve themselves.
I'm switching to Twilight.
Which is silly. Why was Vosh even in this video? Twice. Why? Just why? I don't get it. Also, I'm getting better at Contra. Even though Contra can be pretty BS at times. Just block Hitler. Ignore his new articles. True. Just block her. I don't even interact with J.K. Rowling on Twitter. Saying just block her is basically like saying just ignore it and it'll go away. You know? Literally, just ignore the thing and it'll go away. It won't. If you plug your ears and close your eyes, the problems won't go away. It's a pretty silly thing to say. You know? I'm gonna be honest. A smug video essay solves just as much as a debate. You know? Maybe ContraPoints realized this and this is why she gives this weird clumsy advice at the end of just block her, you know? Maybe she was like, oh no, I haven't actually given any actionable anything. Like this doesn't solve any of the problems, and I say that debate doesn't solve problems. Well, I guess I'll give the advice of just blocking her. Problem solved. Like, come on. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this. We might as well see what Vosh has to say about this while we continue playing Contra. Or is it ContraPoint returns and she's very mad at me?
Really weird of Contra to like do all of this a year afterwards. This is like when somebody kind of acts like a dick and then storms off, and then they like go back through the door to like yell through it, except waiting a year. So
I mean, that is true a bit.
I think the context of the clip that it's about to play is that Contra was defending her friend who was sexually harassing me in a context in which she had admitted she didn't even know what my argument was and was literally just like lunch table politicsing. So here I am, you know, I do politics. I've never made an enemy in my life. Nobody dislikes me. Everyone's fine with me. And then out of nowhere, you know, today Contra drops a video, and I think, oh, she's not dead. That's great. But then I get the, you know, I get the DMs, I get the messages. Oh, did you know that she attacks you? She calls you the N-word, yada yada. So
the N-word?
Okay, all right, fine. Stream's about to start anyway. Well, here I am. You know, that was the jokey opener. I'm actually not gonna be glib.
Glib.
Video, because I haven't seen it. That's not true. I've watched the first 20 minutes of the Contra video. So far, I like it. I can see where it's going. I enjoy it. I don't think it's as tightly edited as some of her earlier videos, which is unfortunate, but it's still really good. Like, you know, I'm not attacking the whole video here, unless it turns out that like at the 21-minute mark, it's just dedicated to a hate manifesto against me. I'm going to assume the video, by and large, maintains that level of quality when I say that it's good. But okay, apparently I'm mentioned more than once.
Twice.
My wonderful editor Tempest has given me some timestamps. Let's see. We'll see how bad it is, okay? I'll respond sincerely. I'll drop the jokes, okay? I'm serious. I'm not gonna make any jokes.
I'm gonna make the jokes.
I'm just gonna respond, okay? Is that fair? Look at that. That's responsible of me. I don't normally do that. No, I mean it. I mean, I'll try.
I'm gonna make the jokes.
I'll try my best, okay? 1:16:33. That is a time that could conceivably be where I start. Okay, let's look. Let's look. Let's see how bad it is. Yeah, it's a 2-hour video, so timestamps are pretty necessary here. It's crazy. It's Contra. Look at that. It's
true, it is.
That's crazy. Okay. Now let's get to the
Wait till she calls you an idiot.
Haha.
I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back.
Okay, so we're talking about J.K. Rowling. So immediately I have a pretty good idea of what this is going to be.
True.
She continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh, who is not trans,
man, she said Vosh with a lot of ire there, didn't she?
Vosh.
She did call me a leftist, though. I guess that's nice. Well, Contra's like a social democrat, right? So maybe to her, leftist isn't like an affirmative term of endearment, but it's rather like, you know, one of those. But Vosh mentioned, comments locked. All right. So about a year ago,
comments locked.
Very wisely, very sensibly, all J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. Okay, and then I followed it up with "Women be quieter and start apologizing" challenge. So obviously, that is a misogynistic tweet. Kind of hard to argue around that one. I would argue that it's a very obviously like a light misogyny, like a very light, airy, obviously unserious joke. When I think of like real misogyny, I tend to think of like, I don't know, Andrew Tate stuff, or like arguments that are meant to support misogyny, something that would reinforce a misogynistic worldview, as opposed to like a light, airy joke. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's not misogynistic, blah blah. I'll say this, you know, my internal metric,
the online brain,
whether or not it's okay to make a problematic joke, has always been, would a person who already agrees with who already agrees with like the misogynistic or like the racist or anything, would a reactionary person look at this and think of it as like an endorsement of their ideology? You know what I mean? So that
actually do.
You tackle the real issue, which is the blurry line in between making jokes that can legitimately be quite funny despite being problematic and like dishonestly fronting an ideology under the cover of comedy. That's always been my line, which is why like
wait till he gets to the part when about mentioning the abuse.
Deliberately incoherent or stupid or like obviously irreverent, you know what I mean? And in my mind it's like, okay, it's not, you can't be perfect with like the intention of your humor, but at the very least I don't think anyone's going to walk away from this thinking this is like a real argument, you know what I mean? That's my belief. And I think that's an okay like metric to go at things. I think that's fine.
Oh my god.
It's a pretty light comment altogether. You know, and I make plenty of comments about men as well. Like
Pixel perfect.
Holistically into my character and my attitude. But anyway, whatever. So
let's get to the next argument.
I made these tweets, and then J.K. Rowling posted an image of them, or quote tweeted. I forget which one it was, and it started this big discourse about people like me feeding into TERF narratives by being misogynistic. And I guess I'll talk more about that in a second, because I think that's a really dumb narrative, personally. But, you know, we'll go ahead, because I know where this is going.
Tweeted at J.K. Rowling, "Women be quieter and start apologizing" challenge.
Oh, wait. I didn't tweet that at J.K. Rowling. I just tweeted it. I didn't at her, but...
I called him out, tweeting, "Doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs..."
There is no grain of truth.
...in trans activism.
I'm just gonna say, again, there is no grain of truth. Like,
But
come on.
It's not calling... Okay. My thing...
It's like saying, like to me, saying that there is a grain of truth to the TERF rhetoric is like saying there was a grain of truth to the Nazi rhetoric about the Jewish people. There's no grain of truth. You know? It's BS.
And her thing isn't calling me out because it's by definition a vague tweet. Yeah, I don't know. It did bother me when I saw these tweets from Contra because, like, I don't know. She'd been on my stream like twice or 3 times before. I feel like if you have an issue with something I've said, you could tell me, like, I don't know, directly. But anyway, yeah.
I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course,
I don't know if I agree with the idea that really light, obviously comedic, sexist jokes like that need to be...
I honestly am most annoyed with the grain of truth remark. Like, I'm more annoyed than any talking about the joke, you know?
Lest you wake up one day and find yourself in a misogynistic movement. I guess the weird thing for me is, like, I haven't watched her videos in a while, but I feel like Contra often makes kind of light, self-deprecating misogynistic jokes. This is something trans women will do a lot, where when they make a mistake, they'll do like a, oh, haha, well, you know, the women, huh, thing, which it's like a self-affirming identity thing. She's done it a few times. Would we argue then, like, okay, well, that,
oh my
that
God,
is also,
Pixel.
like, you're gonna, like, this is misogyny that's amplifying the worst elements of the movement? You know what I mean? Or like the woman moment thing, or whatever. I guess... I feel like a very unreasonable degree of, like, threat and danger...
There is no grain of truth.
Which kind
really
of
makes me annoyed.
The TERF argument by... Like, the goal of TERFs is to overstate the degree of misogyny present in the left, because that's the scapegoat they use to attack trans people. Which is why I'm cautious about inflating the argument that there is like this like huge problem of misogyny in trans activism, which I don't think is the case.
True.
There is a problem with like misogyny broadly in the left, more so obviously not in the left, but it is a real thing. But I don't like to overstate it, because I feel like in that case you're kind of making their case for them. Probably not good. Yeah, you're sort of making the argument like this is the grain of truth in the TERF argument. There are misogynistic men who are using trans rights to masquerade their attacks on women. Which, I mean, I'm sure statistically there are some doing that, but to frame me as doing that comes across as kind of dishonest, I think.
Bosch took the criticism really well.
Thank you.
Explaining that, actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling.
Oh, that's my video. Okay. With respect, the arguments you give in your video support my position here, and with all the associated context, the site really isn't the best place to speak with it on nuance. I'm extremely confident you'd agree with me if you were fully caught up. Man, I was being, like, really nice here. And then she responds, it just strikes me as off that you're extremely confident you definitely know better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over a decade, and it kind of compounds my discomfort with the women be quieter tweet. So, this is like, well, this is the same argument J.K. Rowling makes.
True.
Where she's like, any criticism instantly dies against her because she's a woman. Yeah, pretty dumb. And then my response was, is that really your argument that I, by way of being cis, couldn't possibly be correct in a disagreement on trans issues with a trans person? I was always under the impression you valued the quality of the argument. Okay, I guess that was really arrogant of me to believe in the concept of, I don't even know, like, having beliefs? Yeah, I don't know. Man, I was being really nice with her here. I note that she read out loud the content of the previous tweets, but for this one, she just summarizes it with, like, a dishonest refrain. Like, because if she read this out loud, it would sound kind of reasonable. So instead, she just posts it and then summarizes it.
And called you an idiot.
Like, arrogant and condescending, which is what she's doing here, not me. Yeah, no. It's pretty dishonest. Pretty L.
Yeah. Complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to
I didn't even mention complex tactical arguments. I just was, like, kind of taken... I just said that I feel like if I could talk with her off-platform, like, privately, that she would probably agree with what I had to say.
Oh, no.
And then her response was, I'm a trans woman, so I can't be wrong. And this video title is obviously the joke. The moral necessity of being sexist to J.K. Rowling. But, yeah.
J.K. Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him, while at the same time literally
Yeah, the idpull thing is kind of cancel culture-y. Vosh, also weren't you defending... you weren't defending the misogyny, correct? Well, no, I mean, my argument with the misogyny thing is that I don't care. I don't think that I've said anything more misogynistic than what Contra's said. Like, I genuinely think that kind of light... Like that, it's just not consequential. And I noticed this clip right here. This clip is the Cat Black thing. So, for those who aren't appraised in the drama, and thank God
oh,
for
no.
that, there's another creator called Cat Black who posted a bunch of tweets that misrepresented my argument. So again, I tried to address what I felt was like a misrepresentation by DMing her and trying to explain to her what I actually thought for an hour. And then she was really rude to me in DMs and nothing came of it. And then I woke up the next morning to her dumping the entire DM log, in which she was really rude to me and I wasn't at all to her. And then I started arguing with her on Twitter, and then Contra jumped in to defend her friend Cat Black against me, but then admitted that she didn't know what my argument was. So she admitted to telling me I was wrong without knowing what I was saying. And also was sexually harassing me because she started posting about how we used to sext, and then was like talking about my dick. And then Cat Black went on to make literally hundreds of tweets about me, and then wrote an essay about me. It was all really weird.
I remember that.
Here is like completely incompatible with my previous perception of her, so I don't really know. 10K words? Yeah, it was like at least 10,000 words. I don't know. It was a really big thing.
Maybe I should write an essay.
TTS read it. Probably the only way to go about it. This essay. They had Vosh. They said Vosh had a small dick. I think they like implied it, which it doesn't really bother me. My dick pics are literally public, so it's not, you know, the record stands, you know. In Contra. Oh yeah, this is the essay that Cat Black wrote. Look at this. Well, my spat with Vosh taught me about being a black woman online.
Oh my gosh.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Is Vosh saying that it's like the scroll for the Star Wars movies?
32 bloggers like this. Yeah, so that was pretty weird. Right, yeah. I'm sorry. This was like such a big drama thing. It's really weird of Contra to like do all of this a year afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do actually.
It's like when somebody kind of acts like a dick and then storms off, and then they like go back through the door to like yell through it, except waiting a year. Yeah.
I will do it. I will wait a year.
Pretty strange, I think.
And yell through the door.
Oh, anyway, so I think the context of the clip that it's about to play is that Contra was defending her friend who was sexually harassing me in a context in which she had admitted she didn't even know what my argument was and was literally just like lunch table politicsing. And then I think I'm about to say, go and like harass her into agreeing with me, which I don't care. I just don't. Like, we're both content creators. Like, obviously, we both weaponize our audiences passively and by default by arguing with each other in public. The funny thing is that with both Contra and Cat Black, I tried to settle things in DMs where there is no threat.
I am. I keep dying in bad ways.
Did I say harass? Did I say bully?
I'm angry because Contra is BS.
Both of them, I tried to settle it by talking in DMs.
Contra is ridiculous.
Oh, dude. I don't regret that at all. Yeah, her behavior was shameful. Wait, let me... Okay, that's what I said.
Contra is shameful.
People have screeched about this for so long that I thought in my head, I was like, well, what did I say? Like a 3-minute, like jihad threat or something? Is that what I said?
Telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. That's it? Oh, man. I'm sorry. I haven't heard it in like a year. But other people talked about it like Vosh sent his audience to attack. And like, no. Like, I think her behavior was shameful. Okay, yeah, all right. She's so fragile.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, the thing that bothers me is that Contra knows...
I don't think jumping works here.
...her own hurt people. Contra's literally been like driven to like opiate addiction, relapsing, and alcoholism because of the behavior of Twitter woke scolds. I would expect her of anybody to be really sympathetic to how like I don't know, damaging it can be to do like really random drama idpull attacks for no reason other than to like from like that kind of stuff, you know? It's not really as much of a risk for me because I'm obviously handle criticism better than she does. But I would still expect her to be more sympathetic or more like human about it. I don't know. It's still a call to brigade that was dumb and reckless. No, if two public figures are arguing on Twitter, and I think she's like objectively in the wrong.
She's also bigger than Vosh, isn't she?
You know? I've heard the arguments, I just don't. Like, her responding publicly rather than DMing me is an effort to shame me publicly. Me acknowledging that, like, audibly, isn't a change in the tactic or mode of engagement. It's just I'm honest about what's happening. Other people sometimes aren't. Your meme is the best part of all this. My meme? Oh god, yes. The when she doesn't care. The Cat Black. the collage of Cat Black messages. Oh god. Alright, anyway, let's move on.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Oh, I just did that again.
No, that's dishonest.
Site and into... I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much...
Wait, that was me saying I didn't want to bring up the substance abuse. Is it, like... Contra has literally talked about how she's had addiction issues and relapses caused by behavior that she herself is demonstrating here. Is it bad to say... Like, for somebody who's literally talked publicly as a public figure, like, this set of behaviors on Twitter have driven me into a really dark place. And if they then exhibit that exact behavior in the future, is it bad to point out that's bad. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, it clearly wasn't an attempt to weaponize the trauma against her.
Yeah.
I don't think that it makes Contra like a bad person to have struggled with addiction. Maybe it means she's more like vulnerable to online criticism. But like okay, what? Okay, like all right. I'm sure at the pearly gates, like that's not being weighed too heavily against your heart. You know, that's not. I don't think that's like a mark against you morally.
Pearly gates.
I just think it's kind of a mark at how.
Oh my god.
You know. Like, it's just, I don't know. Kind of thoughtless, I think.
Which confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people.
Man, it's a good thing she makes good videos, huh? Every once in a while. That's, I mean, charitably, that's quite a reach.
And just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't.
First of all, and I'm...
Hello, Zoomy dear. He does bring up here, but before he sort of stopped himself. So I don't know. It felt like dishonest clipping. Hello, Sumi dear.
I mean this not at all as a joke. I act like a dingus whether or not I'm fronting trans rights as an excuse. I clearly don't need an excuse. Second of all, that's pretty dumb. I've done literally like hundreds and thousands of hours of specific, dedicated, you know, trans positive, trans advocacy content. Yeah, I've made significantly more content to that effect than she can, you know, probably largely because of the live stream content schedule, but also just because I care a lot about it. I get emails.
I don't think it's fair to just say that Vosh doesn't care.
Your videos help me realize that I'm trans. Your videos help me realize how to argue for my identity against my family, against my parents, my siblings, my friends. You know, you help me change the mind of this person or the other. I don't go a day without getting a DM or an email of somebody saying that, or multiple, you know? It just comes off as so...
Oh, an entropy fan.
Especially since...
When is Vosh having a fragile mental meltdown over Contra part going to end, and Contra-related content in general? As I haven't watched her video, don't want spoiler. Oh. I guess we'll just finish watching Vosh and then I will move on to Resident Evil maybe. But I'm not sure if Vosh is having any sort of meltdown, to be honest. I'm not sure if this is like a example of a fragile man-child to meltdown, to be honest. That is my personal opinion, at least. Not every criticism is a meltdown, you know? I don't know. I wouldn't call it a meltdown. Unless he gets really angry later, and I just don't know it. In the next sentence, Vosh will start screaming.
Even after all the ridiculously bad behavior Contra herself is engaged in, I've never taken away from her the argument that I think she makes good videos, right? Like, I've never sat here and gone, oh, okay, so she's just a grifter who only cares about her own acceptance as a trans person, but is really just committed to drama first and foremost, and will drop all good advocacy at a hat to do drama, because I don't believe that. I think she's being remarkably stupid about this, but I don't know. I feel like...
this doesn't sound like a meltdown.
Lack of charity here is pretty dumb.
I'll tell you to publicly shame him, though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make...
So that's what I mean about me being honest.
Yeah, but it doesn't really feel like he's losing it here. Like, it honestly doesn't feel like he's losing it. If anyone, it actually sounded like ContraPoints was losing it.
About what publicly shaming is. you might notice the past video, or the past minute and a half of this video is her publicly shaming me. The difference is that I can acknowledge that, and she's choosing to go over year-old drama. I get, it's just like kind of dishonest to go like, unlike other people, I would never shame. Now let's drag, you know, she literally with the microphone, the drama alert or whatever. Yeah. Boss, she's not sending her audience to you. Phoenix, where do you think the death threats that I get come from when they come from the left? Do you think somebody with 1.6 million subscribers
Phoenix
dedicating multiple minutes
sounds familiar to me.
at least one in a year to talking about how I'm a grifter who doesn't actually care about trans rights and exclusively uses trans rights as an excuse to front misogyny? Do you think that doesn't, like, have effects on my life? Do you think these people don't then go on to, like, hate fester or message me? Do you think it doesn't affect, like, yeah, it's public shaming. It's just,
yeah,
she's just not being honest about the fact that it is.
Because I have no qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line.
Same.
Or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny.
First of all, unironically using the term mansplain. I don't think I've ever heard her use that term before. Second of all, the tweets that she showed were just me saying, hey, if we talked, I bet you'd agree with me. And then she said, no, I wouldn't. You're not even trans. You couldn't possibly be right. And then me being incredulous about that. She's just lying about the... Yeah. Man, I don't think I've ever... See, the bad stuff about this, or like the worst part of this, is it makes me wonder if she's been this dishonest in previous videos. Like, have there ever been instances where she's talked about other people and misrepresented them the way she's obviously doing here? I feel like the answer is no, because I would have caught it, you know? I pay attention to, you know, stuff that I'm watching, you know? I don't just, like, passively engage with it. I try to, like, you know, logic through what they're saying. And I feel like if I was watching any other Contra video and she had done something that openly dishonest with any other person, I would have, like, noticed it. Because the tweet she showed just did not include the behavior that she's pushing on me. You know? Yeah. Pretty weird. I don't think I've ever heard her say mansplain before.
Idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling.
True. Wait, what?
About how I don't understand tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same...
True.
Same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender-critical movement.
Man.
I'm not sure if he does, to be honest.
Weird drama.
Can you...
Is to the detriment of her video.
Can you provide any examples of such impromptu mini misogynistic rants?
If the argument that she's making is that she's willing to call out people on her side when they engage in bad behavior, and the best example she can front is that, doesn't that come across as, like, really weird? Like, let's dedicate this to the 2-minute drama recap. Yeah. It kind of weakens the argument here. Damn, she actually hates you? Yeah, I don't know. Pretty dumb.
In order to say that, we may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a...
Wait, again, Vosh was a gamer a few years back. It's obvious that is not a problem. He pretending to have been a feminist. Wait, how do you know he was a gamer? And why is it so obvious? And how do you know he was pretending to have been a feminist?
Person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross-paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever...
Is this the leader who openly praises Hitler in the mic? This is the Posey Parker lady. She's the one who got soup canned at the recent Australia thing. The one where there were a bunch of Nazis Sieg Heiling around her, and she was like, they weren't there. They weren't with me when they were, like, openly there with her. Yeah. The rest of this video is great if you ignore the...
I do.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, I like the first 20 minutes.
At least not always, but I do watch some videos of his, yeah.
And then she decides to just interrupt it to be mad at me. I don't understand what it is about my behavior that really gets under people's skin. The really weird thing is, like, yeah, actually, come to think of it, I think the best comparison I can make...
But you're saying he's...
I remember...
Wait, but you're saying he's having a meltdown here, and I'm not seeing a meltdown. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say that someone is having a meltdown. You know? I'm not sure what you mean a meltdown, what you like see a meltdown to be. Is it a meltdown the way that he's having a meltdown now? You know? Is mentioning a person a meltdown? Like, is a meltdown when you mention a situation or a person, or what is a meltdown to you?
Made fun of people like Sargon of Akkad and Jordan Peterson and stuff like that in the videos, in her videos before. And usually she does so in a way that threads comedy into the argument. You know what I mean? Where you try to keep the video sort of synthesized, you integrate the criticisms in a way that keeps it flowing. Whereas in this, it just felt like a 2-minute break to like respond to year-old drama. There was no humor or like it didn't feel like it fit. Yeah, it wasn't even mockery of me, really. It was just signaling dislike. I don't know what it is about me that gets under people's skin. The most arrogant assumption I could possibly make here would just be that I'm right, and the fact that I'm right and argumentatively unassailable frustrates them. Whereas with people like Jordan Peterson and Sargon of Akkad, they're stupid, very easy to tear into, so you can get some catharsis out of tearing into them for that reason. It's because you're annoying, Vosh. I'm proud to be annoying if being annoying includes saying stuff like, do you seriously think you're incapable of being wrong because you're trans and I'm cis? If that makes me an annoying debate, bro, like...
Okay, I guess send it to me.
If not falling for the Candace Owens Black Democrat
gosh.
plantation BS makes me annoying, then I'm totally fine with that. You need to move forward like 3 minutes. Oh, did I go to the wrong timestamp?
You know? Okay.
$143.
Like, I don't know.
Gotcha.
I'm having
140. No, 147.48.
I'm having doubts.
Can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil, whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any...
Really? Damn, she really does hate me. Wow. That's really the end of the video. Like, you know, J.K. Rowling may be wrong, but she's also part of the like group of women who get targeted and hate mongered for And to demonstrate this, we have Vosh with his devastating blow against feminism. Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. This is pretty bad. Like, not just against me. It's like politically bad. Yeah, if only I'd said white women. That would literally have like stopped the whole thing from being a thing. Yeah. The red bar she watched halfway. Oh god, yeah. Do you think she watched it? Good video. Well, I guess people like me are evidence why J.K. Rowling is partially right. I guess that's the point at the end of the video. J.K. Rowling's crusade against trans people is based in part on an argument that trans rights activists are misogynists, and I'm the... Okay. Yeah, I guess I could have avoided the woke criticism by just saying J.K. Rowling is right.
Opportunity to be misogynistic. So, I would advise
worth pointing out by
Be nice, it's true. Oh my god, I died.
J.K. Rowling, the existence of Contra is more misogynistic than anything I could ever possibly say. J.K. Rowling is friends with a ton of far-right people. She clearly doesn't care about misogyny. She barely cared when Roe v. Wade was revoked.
True.
But according to her, biological male assuming the social role of a woman, blah, blah, blah. Like, that to her is the ultimate misogyny. I don't know why we play the game that TERFs do by pretending that we share the same definition of misogyny, or that, like, they're actually sincerely... It would be as dumb as, like going up to Richard Spencer and going like, okay, I disagree with Richard Spencer on pretty much everything. However, there will always be people who use the left movement as an excuse to say cracker. You know, I think it's okay if you want to have a talk about, like, misogyny in the left, or about, like, anti-white shit in the left, because, hey, I've literally talked about that. But I don't usually do it, and by which I mean I never do it, in a context that's, like, a defense of the argument of a hate movement leader. You know what I mean? Like, I would never say, you know, well, in spite of everything, these alt-righters have some kind of, have a point. The left is, a lot of them, you know, using left politics as an excuse to be anti-white. But I will say, you know, I do think there are some people on the left who have this issue, and it's worth talking about. You understand what I'm talking about, right? It just, this does come across, at least to an extent, like an affirmation of the kind of logic that TERFs use to get ahead. So, yeah, that's probably not good. But
I don't know.
I can't describe how the rest of her video agrees with everything you're saying now, especially people deserving to be shamed. Yeah, I only watched the first 20 minutes, and then stream had to start, so I'm here now.
Like,
yeah, it's pretty wild.
I don't know. The biggest egregious thing to me is like when ContraPoint says that there's a grain of truth to the TERF claim.
Just really lowers my respect for her. I mean, I'm glad that her videos, like, move people over to the extent that they do. I guess I'm not really happy about one of those videos having 2 minutes of really bad faith lying about me that'll probably turn hundreds of thousands of people against me for no reason, but I guess that's part of the job.
Trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful
I'll let her continue.
idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal...
Wait, no. TERFs aren't useful idiots. They're far-right people. There are no...
Yeah.
There are...
I agree with this. They're not just useful idiots.
Like a sincere feminist who's lured into anti-trans politics and is being used as a front for the far right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She is the far right. It's ironically, like, kind of misogynistic to suggest that she's a stooge when she's the loudest and most active advocate for anti-trans politics, like, from a private perspective, outside of, like, a literal politician in the world.
Like,
she's not a handmaid.
It does sound strange to say that it's all about the men.
To do this.
It does sound strange.
Enormously elevated the conversation with her power. This kind of infantilization is, yeah, kind of sexist. Maybe J.K. Rowling really does have a point. Maybe the left really does hide a lot of actual misogyny in their anti-turf rhetoric. I don't know. I should make a 2-hour video on that.
Violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
I call on men to consider themselves decent human beings, to call out the deviants among them, and eradicate these monsters from society.
And Megan Phelps Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can...
She's not a centrist.
Call out the deviants among them, and eradicate these monsters from...
Wait. She was getting mad at me for using terms like shame contrapoints, but then she's going to argue against civil discourse? Wait, what do you want? Wait. Wait, you can't selectively believe in civility politics. You either believe there's like a fundamental need for people to engage in that behavior as baseline, or you don't. You can't. What do you mean? Okay.
From society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for...
I agree with that. I think the same about J.K. Rowling, by the way.
Yeah. What to do about J.K. Rowling? Honestly, let's all just block her.
Block her. That is so silly.
Really?
Yeah, really.
The insipid creep of liberalism. So I'll give like the real argument here. Believing that you can disempower J.K. Rowling by blocking her is about as senseless as believing you can by blocking a politician. A lot of a politician's power isn't just in the legislation they put forward. A huge amount of it, as Donald Trump made very clear, a huge amount of it is in the bully pulpit. Their ability to express their opinions and legitimize and normalize and promote their values. It gives them a lot of power outside of just legislation. That is power J.K. Rowling has. Like, she doesn't have the power to enact legislation, but she can directly influence it, which she's doing right now all across the world. Like, she provides the social pretext, which is necessary for right-wing politicians to then go ahead and pass these anti-trans laws. In fact, if I remember correctly, the opening of this video is her talking about the anti-gay lady from the 1980s and how her anti-gay advocacy led to a bunch of laws being passed. Like, Anita Bryant. She was used to further a social agenda that then gave politicians the leeway to enact their legislation. So again, like the idea, I don't know. This just, it comes across as really infantilizing. It also comes across as really pathetic. Like,
yeah, just block her. I don't know.
Rowling is the leader of a hate movement, you know?
Just block her.
Just block her. Ignore her. Let's focus on the real issues, not the billionaire with enormous
True.
power. You know, let's focus on the real problem. And hey, the GOP is a real problem, not denying that. I just don't know why we're being so dismissive about J.K. Rowling.
On Twitter right now, go to her profile and just block her. Problem solved. Like,
is it?
No, it's not.
The threat J.K. Rowling poses is not her being mean on your timeline.
True. If only.
Really dumb, guys. Guys, this is really dumb. She might be joking.
No.
Okay, maybe she is. I mean,
she's not.
Okay, we'll see. Does she?
Like, don't harass her. That doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change.
No, she's not joking. This is actually what she's saying. It's not a joke. She's actually, we could have had a salvation moment there.
She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam.
It's like the Steven just move.
Wait, why remove her agency? What about like right-wing politicians? Has Trump fallen down the bigotry whirlpool? Why is she getting? And hey, here's a quick question. When she was listing the real threats from the GOP, I know this kind of sounds trite. Why did she only list men? Like, Laura Boebert and especially Marjorie Taylor Greene.
True.
Extremely loud proponents of...
I asked about this as well. What about right-wing women?
Unironically doing the bit of like, because this would be a turf argument if that was the case. The idea that, like, the real threat are men, there's some, like, essentialist factor in being a man that makes them, like, the threat, whereas women are just, you know, handmaidens caught up in the whirlpool of ambient bigotry. They're victims who sink down.
Yeah, I did catch that. That's weird.
Female politicians that are being used as an example of the real threat. That's good to know. It's just, it's kind of, I just don't understand the infantilization about J.K. Rowling. This seems like something you can't divine from her words. You'd have to ask her. She blocked me. Vosh, you're really misreading the video. All right, there are some people in chat who are like spam all caps saying like, you know, basically don't attack the queen, which it's a 2-hour video. You know, I'm responding to what I'm looking at here. What I'm looking at right here is Dan Olson, who I love and adore and cherish with every fiber of my being. But calm it down, guys, okay?
One of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force.
Oh, wow, this really is bad. Contra is comparing J.K. Rowling, hate movement leader, to people who have been suckered into buying NFTs.
Oh,
people
no.
who got suckered into buying NFTs actually are victims. They were pitched by literal salesmen and con artists. This degree of infantilization is really, really, really weird. I mean, we all make fun of people who got suckered into buying NFTs, but as Dan Olson correctly points out in this video, because I've seen this video, a lot of them really are just economically insecure, anxious, desperate people who wanted to get on the ground of something they felt might secure a good retirement fund. They were wrong to, but that was what they thought, and a lot of them were directly lied to by investors or by salesmen. How does this compare to J.K. Rowling? I mean, I think we could fairly make the argument that essentially every bigot is in some way groomed into it, and I do believe that. But if that's the case, why only J.K. Rowling? Why not everyone? Why not talk about Trump or Ron DeSantis in that way? Because I think you could. Ron DeSantis literally had, like, a pretty messed up upbringing. Like, Donnie didn't get any love from his dad or whatever. Like, you could do this with anyone, right? The whole, they fell down the whirlpool. The good answer, the best way to handle it is to go, we are all products of our circumstances. You know, we're all heavily influenced by our environment. We all get pulled in different directions we don't always control. But we still have to be held accountable for our actions. J.K. Rowling has more autonomy than, like, almost anyone. Unlike a lot of politicians, J.K. Rowling doesn't have to worry about re-election. Unlike Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, J.K. Rowling isn't listening to day-to-day briefings from the GOP giving them instructions on which talking points to say. J.K. Rowling is a fully free individual with more money than God who could at any point in time stop what she's doing with essentially no blowback. People who hate trans people might get upset with her for going quiet, but apart from that, she could just ride it out. Ron DeSantis doesn't have that option. He's the governor of Florida. Donald Trump doesn't have that option. He's campaigning for president. Why are we giving her the least agency when she actually has the fewest strings that bind her, the fewest chains? I don't know what to say other than this comes off as apologia. It really does. I'm not trying to, like, go tit for tat with, like, she's bad faith to me so I get to be bad faith to her. I genuinely think this, like, is really weird. I don't know. I believe this Folding Ideas clip is from the Flat Earth video. Is this about the Flat Earth video? Oh, if that's the case, then I was wrong about the video it came from, but my point stands. Because people who get suckered into Flat Earth ideology are usually delusional people who get, like, groomed by far-right forums that try to, like, push conspiracism on the... Yeah, okay. I may have forgot the origin video, but it's still a weird comparison to, like, draw a line between a billionaire hate movement leader and some random schmuck who gets pulled into, like, you know,
the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people.
True.
This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head-on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify his self-immolating crusade.
They took everything from me, you know. He took my family, you know? And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, you know? I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be...
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll let her continue.
Oh. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead to me.
Okay, that seems like the end there. I don't disagree with the bit at the end of the video. I do not understand.
I think her situation is different than that guy's.
Apology for J.K. Rowling. I just don't get it. And you know, let's focus on the real problem here. She was pretty dishonest about it. I don't know.
Oh my God.
I've watched all the Contra videos. She's never really dedicated a portion of one to like just sort of drama venting about someone else on the left, or anyone really. Even if there's someone on the right, it's usually kind of intricately woven into the video in a way that makes sense and supports the final point. Whereas apparently the reason I was included was, hey, J.K. Rowling kind of does have a point. There are misogynists who are using trans rights activism as an excuse. Here's an example of one engaging in a form of misogyny that is both to TERFs infinitely less vile than my existence as a trans woman, and secondly, is also incredibly mild on its own, and probably much more mild than sexist jokes that Contra has made in her own videos. It's you and Tanky Pick Crew Twitter users. Yeah, but the Tanky Pick Crew Twitter users at least got a funny video, the voting one. That was funny. It felt like she was at least responding to their arguments. She didn't even respond to my argument, because she didn't even present it. It was 2 minutes in which no time was spent actually, like, the showing the clips of me didn't support anything related to the video she was making. It was just to attack me. Just so disappointing. She addressed one of your arguments, the tactical misogyny one. I never brought it up. In the clips that were showed, I didn't bring up any tactical misogyny. The only thing I said was, hey, if we talked in DMs, I think you'd agree with my argument. That's the only thing I said. Never brought it up. So she had nothing to respond to. Well. I guess I can't really be too mad about things. She makes one video a year, and every time she gets in trouble online, it destroys her emotional state. I just wish she would be more respectful of other people's emotional state, because even if it doesn't affect me as much, like, it's still bad to do, you know? There's nothing that I respect less more than the pithy crybaby abuse of people who have less tolerance for disagreement than you know? So because they're more easily hurt, they assume that, like, it's okay for them to hurt others, because in any direct engagement between them and others, they'll always be the one who, like, feels worse after. Which was no doubt the case with me, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent a year simmering before releasing a response to drama that was a year old. She also shits on the concept of debate at around 5011. All video essayists despise the concept of debate because they're bad at it. I could make a video essay. I couldn't make one as pretty as Contra's, I'll admit that much. I could make one, though. I've seen Contra try to debate. They hate it because they think it's a fundamentally dishonest and unconstructive way of presenting arguments. Which, I mean, it's possible to lie in a video essay. She did there. Yeah, it's just petty. Okay, I think we're done. Bro, you're using the argument people using on Shu. Contra can't control who likes her post. Calm cat, can you stop coping? You spent the entire stream. It's okay to be a Contra fan. I'm not asking you guys to not be Contra fans. In any disagreement between me and another content creator, I will end up being the right one. You have to accept that. If there's drama between me and somebody else you like, I'm the one on top. Always. I'll always be the right one. So, like, you just learn to accept it. I'm not telling you that you can't like them afterwards. I'm not saying that you have to, like, disavow them or anything. But, like, don't come into my chat and pretend that that's not the case.
She doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a
Is this just a clip from the video? Oh.
As a pretext to act like a f***ing dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him, though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that.
The anti-insult is great. It's for people who want to make sort of crude remarks in their online videos but don't really want any backlash. You do the anti-insult and you'll win every time.
Driving a car with the Minecraft logo in the corner, his teeth. Nah, that. I'm not gonna be talking.
I'm not going to be talking about the kid today after showing a picture of his up snaggletooth to my millions of followers. A zoomed in picture of his up snaggletooth. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be talking about the kid today. I'm not going to talk about his up teeth. His teeth? The up thing in his mouth? I'm not going to talk about that. That would be a up thing for me to do. These things? Not going to do it. Not going to talk about those up nasty things.
So that pretty much confirms.
True. So I guess the lesson here is that intellectually, Contra and Leafy are about on par. I think that's the message here, and I agree. Vosh, you kind of did the same thing, saying not going to bring up her addiction. Yeah, that's because I was writing a tweet, and I literally live typed it, then deleted it. But I don't mind bringing it up. I brought it up. I don't mind it getting mentioned. What I meant by not going to bring it up is I'm not going to include it in this tweet. I don't mind it coming up. I don't mind saying loudly and openly, thank you very much, that Contra's behavior is identical to the behavior of the people who drove her to an opium addiction and the people who drove off Lindsay Ellis from YouTube. I'm okay saying that because it's bad of her. She's morally in the wrong. What I was saying was, I won't tweet it right here. I don't mind bringing it up. I don't think it's bad of me to do so. You literally did civility politics. They dogpile you for not being civil enough. Guys, when I do the civility politics bullshit, half the time it's because you f***s aren't on my level, okay? This was the thing for so long. It's like this frustration I have where other people treat me poorly, and then I go to my subreddit, and you guys are like, well, hold on, Vosh really did f*** up here. And then I do a stream, and I go over how I didn't f*** up, and then you guys change. You're like, oh, well. And usually it's because the person who criticized me is a woman, or is trans, or is black, and you're all more sympathetic to their perspective because years of lefty conditioning has made you all little bitches who automatically agree with arguments because the person who made them is from a minority.
My gosh.
What Contra did when arguing with me, which is embarrassing, but I am also from a minority group, okay? A minority group even smaller than transgender people in the United States. Sigma males, of which there are only 2. Myself and Andrew Tate. We occupy different schools, you know? It's top V and top G.
I see. Response is gonna get a whole... Alright. We're done with the videos, and we're done with Contra for the time being. We're done. It's over. Contra is BS, and we're finishing up for now, Contra. Okay? I hate dredging up your old drama. True. I don't even know why. I'm still waiting for that citation right now. Oh. Okay, I'm getting the citation, so we might look at the citation. Let me see. So this is the citation.
Have arguments. I would still say the behavior here is bad. But an argument that I'll make is this. When I was younger, maybe 18, and more of an obnoxious feminist guy, I remember there was some outrage over what I remember being like a Microsoft demonstration at E3, where there were a guy and a girl playing a multiplayer shooter as part of a demonstration for the game. And the guy was doing a lot better than the girl. They were both professionals. They're both like business people. And the guy was winning, and they were like, "Hi, getting your butt kicked. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Woo! And the guy wins because the guy was better than the girl. And there was this big feminist write-up post by some insufferable person online who was like, "Why are they making rape jokes at E3?" When this guy from Microsoft said, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon," that is a clear reference to the things rapists say to their victims. Is this seriously acceptable? I'm not joking. Is this seriously acceptable at E3? I remember this. I remember it vividly. I remember it vividly because at the time I agreed with it, or I thought I did. What I actually did was passively accept that because I knew it was being said by somebody more sensitive than me. That may sound kind of reductive, but that's really it. At the time, I was like a new to leftism kind of guy, and I was thinking, oh, well, here is a loud, authoritative sounding, convincing sounding, like they use some jargon, they use some left-leaning jargon in there. That must be like a good position, right? Okay. And then I remember in my head afterwards, I accepted that. Uncritically, I accepted, oh, that guy made a rape joke. That's unacceptable. In retrospect, this is an insane position to hold. Why would somebody like me, a person who's generally pretty independent-minded and pretty intelligent, I think, accept such a stupid argument at face value? And the reason for it was because I just wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking for myself. I let that post do the thinking for me. I saw it. I accepted it because I existed in a community where there were social incentives to accept posts like that without thinking. And then I believed it without reevaluation. I think a lot of people do that with a lot of points, and I think the left does this with a lot of stuff especially, and I think this is...
But he's not saying here that he had a belief that most feminists don't... What? True. I'm not sure what this is supposed to... This is Gamergate rhetoric from what? I'm not... am I missing something? Am I missing something in this quotation that was just provided? Like, I don't think this quote says what the person sending me it thinks it does. I don't know. Okay, I'm asking the person. And in the meantime, I'm gonna... I'm getting an answer. Wait, I'm gonna... Okay. I'm gonna turn on Resident Evil. Okay, this is the one. Stream Toast, hello. All right. Wait, I have to make it louder.
Resident Evil 2.
I wonder how hard it would be to make a Hackerman's duck. A what? All right. We are back and we're doing the Resident Evil. Oh, hiding the... I'm gonna refresh the page.
Have arguments. I would still say...
What the heck? Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Are you here? Wait. Okay. Okay, let's continue the Resident Evil thing. Conure? Wait, Conure goes by she, her now? Since when does Conure go by she, her? I didn't. When did that happen? Explain to me. Oh my god. Let me see. Oh. We have a thing here. Let me see. Are we about to beat the first? Oh, ammo. Oh. Oh no. The round thing. Wrong key? Oh. Magnum bullets. I think this will work. I think this might be the thing.
Ada, can you hear me? Come on, snap out of it.
Uh-oh. Great. Oh my gosh. Guess it's the end. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna take the weapons now. we are... I think we're okay with this sort of setup, right? Oh my gosh, really? That's nice.
Ada, can you hear me? Come on, snap out of it.
When will I hit 1,000 subscribers? Will it happen? I have my upgraded shotgun. I hope it will. One day. One day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh. Guess you're dead for now. 100k subs. That's a lot of subs.
Don't die on me, Ada. Come on. Wake up. Come on.
Don't die, Ada. Ada, don't die. Oh.
Welcome back. Hey, take it easy. We're inside Umbrella's secret lab. I'll go find something to treat that wound, so just rest here in the meantime.
But I'll only slow you down with these injuries. Go. Save yourself.
I told you, it's my job to look after you.
But I'll be in danger if you stay with me. I know I've only known you for a short period of time, but I really enjoy being with you.
Aww.
I know I'm not capable of caring about anyone, but I don't want to lose you.
You cared about John.
We're leaving this place together.
You cared about John. True, BRB. Oh, I haven't used the Magnum. I actually have not used the Magnum. Now my situation is pretty darn good. I think this is the last area. Let's see how many subs I've got. 668. 668. Let's get it to 670. Let's get it to 670. Okay? That will be great. $100K subs. Well, what do you know? What do you know? It's true, it's Resident Evil. Oh, I'm back here. I'm back here again. Lucy, I'm back. I'm sorry for requesting that awful segment. It was a good idea in my head. I also retract my sorry because I have given you $75. It's true. It was okay. It led to a whole thing. Yeah? Nice. If Somniostatic thinks it was good, then it was good. Okay? If Somniostatic says that it was good, then it was good. We might be in trouble. I might have to look something up before we continue. Alright. If you say it was good, then I believe. No response. Okay, pistol equipped. Ooh, flamethrower. Laboratory Security Manual. Security measures in case of an emergency. In the instance of an uncontainable biohazardous breakout, all security measures will be directed toward the underground transport facility. In the instance that any abnormalities are detected among cargo in transit, all materials will automatically be transported from the loading zone to the designated high-speed train, at which point all materials will be isolated and disposed immediately. In the instant that the cell becomes contaminated and contaminated, the northernmost route currently used to transport materials and from the facility will be designated as the emergency escape route. This route will secure passage to the relay point outside the city limits. Disclosure about any information regarding research conducted here. The existence of this facility is strictly prohibited, since it is top priority to keep all research classified. Escape access may be denied under certain extenuating circumstances. Oh. User registration. Temporary user registration for the culture experiment room. Username guest. Password none. Oh. Oh. Okay. Alright. I guess I don't shoot that. Wait, maybe... maybe I'll just go to the other side. For now. Well, more or less, yeah. More or less. Having a good day, more or less, yes. I've had a really important celebration. Zombie but close. No response. Oh. Is it frozen? Good night, Maya Major. So what am I going? Where am I? True. It has been a long stream. That's true. That is true. Oh wait, maybe. Yeah. 19th, which was yesterday in Poland, was the day when the Warsaw Ghetto uprising happened, and it was the 80th anniversary. Oh. What now? We have power.
Resident Evil 2.
True. Okay, this is locked. Guess I'll have to use the fire. All right. True, I'm ready and I will not die. I might die. I die.
Resident Evil 2.
Oh, Barry!
True. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. With this, we have made $80 today. But now I will not die. I will succeed. We will succeed. Wait, how long have I been? Okay, that's okay. That's all right. Okay, see you. I might save. Oh, people are starting to go. So maybe I will finish the stream for now and finish it later. So I'll see everyone later. And good night for now. Since people are starting to go anyway. So, good night. Bye bye. And I'll see you next time, okay?